Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, let's skip item 2. We don't have any message from the president, neither there's no any communication from the speaker, so let's turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. We begin with votes and proceedings, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Honorable member, are you up on your feet? Very well. Page 11. Page 12. Yes. Honorable member for South Dye and Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I humbly take you back to page 10? Speaker, the essence of your direction to the Ministers for Energy and Green Transition and the Interior as a consequence of the Honorable Bid-Zidin's statement was to get them to come to the House to, as it were, brief us whether or not they will have resources to support in terms of acquisition of life jackets and such further measures. But the way it is captured, it reads, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, taking cognizance of the statement and comments raised thereon by Honorable Members, directed that the statement be brought to the attention of the Ministers for Energy and Green Transition and the Interior to brief the House on measures being put in place to prevent the occurrence of such disasters. Speaker, if it's captured this way, it's as if the statement had been referred to them, they're already aware and something is being done. But this one, we are looking for some financial support to be able to, as it were, acquire the life jacket for distribution and such measures. So I believe that it should be to brief the House on measures to be taken to support such communities in such disasters. They cannot prevent the disaster. As for the disaster, it will happen. But you should be prepared when it happens. They can't prevent it. Disasters are force majeure. So it is one measure to put in place to support those communities so that when the disaster occurs, they can survive it. So that if I'm in a life jacket and the boat sinks in a storm, I can be saved. I can stay afloat and be saved by a rescuer. I think that was the essence of what we were saying.
Yes, Professor Nyako, let him hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, yesterday that was what Majority Chief suggested. But what is here captured is what you said. And when the ministers make the statement, these matters will still arise. So let us focus on what you did say and not what he wanted. That was not captured. Thank you.
Well, I was going to address it. I think the...
Speaker, I'm guided. If this was what you said, then I'm guided. Yeah.
Well. So, Honorable, let's turn to page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 13, item number Roman numeral 8, VIII. Nicholas is Amegleto. So it should be GB. The B is missing. It's Nicholas.
Can you help out with the spelling?
Alpha Mother Echo, Golf Bravo Echo Tango Oscar Romeo. Amegleto. Mr. Speaker, it's AMEGBLETOR.
Well, we're able to take note and acknowledge the corrections. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Member for Afajatu.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, item XXXIII, that's Roman number 33. My good friend Godwin Edwige Tameklo is still in an acting position. Since this is a house of record, the records must pay fidelity to the facts. Thank you.
So you are saying what is it?
So, Speaker, in effect, the acting is missing.
Oh, very well.
Exactly.
Very well. Table, please acknowledge the corrections. Let's turn to page 16. Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, on page 16, Roman numeral XLVII, Mr. Rap Oseboafo, Administrator, Energy Sector Levies Accounts. Then beneath that, we have Public Limited Company. So I'm not sure why we have Public Limited Company there. So if table office can check and do the needful if it is not properly captured. Thank you.
Thank you. Table, take note of that. Yes.
I said Roman numeral XLVII, Mr. Ralph Oseboafo, Administrator, Energy Sector Levies Accounts, and at that you have Public Limited Company, and that is where I have an issue with. Thanks.
Yes. So table, take note of that. Let's turn to page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page number 20. Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, I respect on page 20, Roman numeral III, Mr. Emmanuel Fori, Director, Innovations. The innovations has double S. It should be one S, so we should delete one on the X. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Afejeto, I think that was the same. Okay, very well. So, table, kindly take note. Yes, Doc.
Yeah. Speaker, sorry, let me take you a little bit back. I've noticed that my name is written among the list of absentees for yesterday, but I was here. I was here.
Yes, Doc, I personally saw you.
Thank you.
But the fact of the matter is that you probably didn't register your name.
I registered and signed.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank
Table, kindly check if he did sign, then please effect the corrections. Page 21. Yes. Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm not Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see on page 21, X1V, Dr. Tanko Rashid Computer. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this House is aware, and rightly so, communication has been issued by GTEC to that effect, that the title doctor attached to this name is problematic. And that also brings to fore much more issues of other communication that are directed with other members of parliament, whose names still have those designations. Mr. Speaker, I think that as a House, our record should not be seen to be contradicting with what state institutions are saying about certain titles acquired by certain members. And I'm just seeking guidance of Mr. Speaker to see whether it is proper that we don't fall into the trap of addressing people with titles that they have no so earned in line with the communication of GTEC. Mr. Speaker, ask for your direction and guidance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On regarding Ms. X1V. Thank you.
Very well. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm struggling to appreciate what the Honorable Kabiru is raising. Speaker, as a matter of record, the Honorable Member provided her title and name to this House. Some statement has been issued by a state institution without recourse to her. I've engaged her as the whip when this matter came up.
Engage him.
Yeah, I engaged her.
He's talking
Mr.
about
Speaker.
XIV, Dr. Tanko
Mr.
Rashid
Speaker,
Computer.
the leader seems to be apprehensive. Oh, they said they will deal with that, but on this today we are dealing with the name on the.
Very well. I believe Honorable Kabiru, the person actually attended the meeting and put his name as such. As it stands now, this House is unable to actually affirm the situation. So let it stand as it is, and as we move on, we would see how best to address it. Because I believe he himself appeared at the meeting and put the name as it has been put here. So it's good that we've raised this issue. We will look at it appropriately. So page 22. Yes, Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, on page 22, a very minor observation on Roman numeral XVI, Ms. Francisca J., Director, Corporate. I'm suggesting that we make it corporate affairs because she is the corporate affairs manageress at GIFEC.
Table, take note of it and acknowledge the corrections.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afejato raised an issue regarding the proper designation of an appointee. He was sure that my also very good friend, Edoji Temaklo, is in an acting position. There are some also who are acting, but it is not well captured here, as if they've been interviewed and confirmed to be in a substantive position. So we need to check all these things to be sure. Thank you.
Well, table, consequential effect. So let's look at all those who are in acting position and address it accordingly. Let's turn to page 24. Page 25. Yes, Honorable Afejato.
Speaker, thank you once again. Page 25, item 1. First paragraph, the very last line. I think the word "and" should be deleted. Speaker, if you may, kindly permit me to read. The committee met on Monday, 9th June 2025 at 9:35 a.m. Continued discussions with officials from the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation and its agencies on their 2025 program of activities. So I wish that the end after the word agency should be deleted.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Table, take note of it. Yes, Brother Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, on that same item opening, what they said is correct, but on the first line, the committee met on Monday, 9 June 2025 at 9:35 a.m. and continuing. Since there's no comma there, there's the proposition "and" should also be captured. Thank you.
Well. This is grammar, eh? Honorable members, page 26. And finally, page 27. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, the 17th June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the official report of 10 June 2025 edition. The official report of 10 June 2025. I take it again, the official report of 10 June 2025. Yes, Honorable Member for Afejato.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, permit me to take you to column 7, paragraph 2, line 11 to 14. I think when Speaker was delivering his message, he got to a point where he had to tell the minority leader and his side to listen to him. And I think that should be part of the official record over here. And so, Speaker, if you permit me, I'll read and then seek your judgment. The prohibition against holding an office of profit or emolument applies broadly. It covers any position, appointment, or role that confers financial benefit or material advantage on a member of parliament, minister, or deputy minister, whether in the public or private sector, and whether held directly or through an intermediary. This includes, but not limited to, the following. Then Speaker came. Minority Leader, it is either you listen to me or you go with your group and whisper outside. When you finish, you come back. Speaker, my point is that I think that was just a comment Speaker made, which was not part of the official communication. And once we have the opportunity, we should correct it.
You are saying he just passed?
Yes, I'm of the view that
this is official report. Whatever transpired here is captured. So even what we are saying will be captured. Honorable, are you clear with it? Yes. Yes. Honorable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, not to drag issues, but I think that Parliament is evolving. Our democracy is dynamic, and so must Parliament be dynamic. I think that the honourable member perhaps is seeking for Parliament to reconsider what is captured in the Hansard, because there are many times that issues that may not be necessary, frankly speaking, and they are captured. Maybe perhaps going forward and taking into consideration the evolving nature of democracy in our Parliament, we ought to be looking at things like that to see if we don't necessarily need to capture everything in the Hansard. Sometimes you are seeking information from the Hansard department, and then when you get the information to read, there are a lot of things you may not consider. There are a lot of things you may not consider that necessary. I experienced that for a research work I was doing, and I sought information from the Hansard department. And there are a lot of things that in the Ghanaian parlance you can describe as namfa. So I think that we need to be looking at the need to be changing those things, because other parliaments have actually done that and taken into consideration the evolving nature of our democracy. Perhaps it's just a suggestion from my honorable colleague, if we can take a second look at some of these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, what I know all over the world is that when you talk about official parliamentary records, it's verbatim. Whatever is said here, like what we are saying, it will be captured, it will be recorded, and that is what is going to be transmitted by way of official report. So probably if you are suggesting something, we will look at it, but I don't think it is something new. You have been here for some time and you know the official report, how it's captured. Is that all? Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 10 June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable member, before we move to the next item on the order paper, indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery who are here to witness what is going on here. So we have 3 schools. The first school is St. Anthony of Padua Catholic JHS. St. Anthony of Padua RCJHS. They are being led by Sonia Salbre. I don't know whether I made the pronunciation well. Who is a teacher, and the school is located at Kwesimintim constituency, Takoradi. Come again? Kwesimintim. And they are 67 in number. So remember, that's your children.
Yes.
You should take care of them.
Yes, my Lord, I have already taken care
Very
of them.
well.
My Lord, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I've done the needful. In fact, my leader assisted me to do the needful. And
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, this school was once the best national award-winning school. They are the only JHS school, public school, who used urine to come out with electricity energy. So it's a
Yes. Thank you very much. That is.
So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's St. Anthony of Padua.
St. Anthony of Padua.
Maybe they will help us in solving our doom so sometime to come.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Kwesimintim has made a very profound disclosure on the exploits by the school. He said urine, but I would want him to clarify what a human urine or, you know, Mr. Speaker, is it that of human or some other living animals? And then also he says that perhaps there should be investment there to solve the doomsaw problem. These are his words, not mine. He said that perhaps these are your words. In future, it should be used to solve doomsaw. These were his words. In future, to be used to solve doomsaw. So he acknowledges future doomsaw. Mr. Speaker, he should provide clarity as to the type of urine he's referring to. Is it urine from the student or some?
Comfort. That is it.
Mr. Speaker, I can see the students are here and the principal or the lecturer who led them is here. So we can engage them. If leader wants, we can engage them after sitting so that they show us which urine they were using for electricity.
Very well. Honorable members, the second school is Anbel School Limited. Anbel School Limited. They are being led by Yvonne Tewia, who is an accounts officer, and the school is located at Enya Sotium. Enya Sotium. Do you have the member here? Very well. And they are also 68 in number. And the last school is Novus Golden Heritage School. Novus Golden Heritage School. They are being led by Shelif Mohammed, who is a teacher, And the school is located at Pond Catamanso. Pond Catamanso. Do you have the member here? Pond Catamanso. Very well. So our children, I hope you are here to observe what your parents, your representatives are doing here. Please, it's not just an observance. Take key of it, go and study hard, so that tomorrow, if you are not here, you also come and take over from us. You are most welcome, and we wish you well. We are moving to item 6, urgent questions. Yes, Majority Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, the House has requested a number of ministers to come and brief the House on certain very important matters. They include the issue of flooding with the onset of rains, and also some concern about the situation of Ghanaians in the US, given what is happening in relation to the repatriation of people who are not nationals of the US. So, Mr. Speaker, 3 ministers are here. 3 ministers. 3 ministers are here, ready, as usual, ready to brief the House. 3 ministers are here to brief. And then we have about 6 ministers ready to answer questions. And 8 ministers ready to observe. Mr. Speaker, there are so many ministers that you can't finish asking questions. And whatever you want briefed today, from archaeology to zoology, you will get it. Unfortunately, I don't see people on the other side ready for briefing. Where are they? 1, 2. Speaker, on a day when I've assembled not less than 8 ministers.
Leader, don't invite us to that angle.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mine is a simple and humble plea. It's a humble plea for you to vary the order of business so that the ministers can brief the House. We will start with the Minister for Interior and the Minister for Works and Housing. If you so kindly vary the order of business for us.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader and the leader of the House has not been able to tell us which rule he's relying on in terms of varying the order of business. And Mr. Speaker, especially when the minister responsible for Interior is here and it's a matter of procedure and rule. And Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader said, even the minister responsible for foreign affairs, I was expecting him in either Israel or Iran, because the last crisis that happened when he was ranking member on foreign affairs, he was in Ukraine taking pictures with students there. Today, there is same crisis in Israel and Iran. What are you doing in Parliament here? Mr. Speaker, and if we want to take the statement, Mr. Speaker, if we have to take the statement, Mr. Speaker, if we have to take a statement, we will agree with him on one condition, that our Honorable Dapa's statement has been long overdue. Even yesterday you said we were taking it, and today you said so. So let's take his statement and come to the minister responsible for Interior statement, and then we can be able to proceed on that. Let's do his statement and come to Interior Minister. But Foreign Affairs Minister, we need you in Israel or Iran. We need the foreign.
So you give me small time, let me deal with the minister, then I'll come back to you. Yes. So we are starting with Honorable Interior Minister. Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, there has been reported cases of floods since the rains set in May this year, leading to fatalities and rescues in some communities. Mr. Speaker, the hydrometeorological disasters such as flood.
Minister, just address me.
Such as floods, windstorm, dam spillage, and tidal waves have become recurrent phenomenon that happens every year across the country, causing loss of life, livelihood, property, and social distortion with high financial implications. Mr. Speaker, 3 types of flood occurs in Ghana. 3 types of floods occur in Ghana. Pluvial floods or flash flood that occurs mostly in urban settlement when the intensity of rainfall exceeds infiltration capacity. Then we have the fluvial flood or river flood, which occurs when high rainfall causes high water levels in the river and leads to overflow of its banks. Then the last one, Mr. Speaker, is the coastal flood, which occurs along the 550-kilometer coastal line of Ghana, induced by high tidal and stormy seas. Mr. Speaker, the identified flood-prone areas in Ghana are settlements along the water bodies and urban areas such as Accra, Kumasi, Tema, Tamale, Cape Coast, and Sekondi, Takoradi. The flood in most of these areas can be attributed to poor drainage system and human activities. Mr. Speaker, some of the causes of flood are climate change. Climate change is one of the major causes of flood that has heightened disaster risk across the globe and underlying trigger of hydrometeorological disasters, including flooding. The change in weather pattern and the drastic rise in the volume of flood levels has revealed a wide range of weakness in the disaster preparedness and emergency response system in Ghana and exposed the vulnerability of population living along the river basins, major drains, and coastal lines. As part of measures to address the recent flooding incident, the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, has, as of March 2025, activated the flood contingency plan to put the country in readiness for the heavy rains forecasted by the Ghana Meteorological Agency. The contingency plans involves, Mr. Speaker, 1, the preparedness phase where all the disaster management committees at the national, regional, metropolitan, municipal, and district levels, together with the disaster volunteer group, initiate the following activities. A, embark on massive dredging and desilting of water basins and drains in their communities. 2, B, restoration of water basins and drains through excavation and demolition. 3, C, identification of safe haven, evacuation routes, and reinforcement of search and rescue units. D, testing of equipment operational by the operation units. Activation and strict monitoring of early warning system. Public sensitization, capacity building for resilience. Repositioning of resources. B, Mr. Speaker, 2, the response phase. This is when the flooding has occurred and the operational unit, together with partner agencies, engage in the disaster by A, conducting search and rescue operation. B, cleaning of blocked waterways and drains. C, evacuation of victims to safe havens. D, provision of care and relief to victims. E, coordination of resources for impact relief. And F, Mr. Speaker, management of the safe haven until all victims are able to return to their homes. The third phase is the recovery phase. This entails the restoration of services in the short term and resettlement.
restoration of livelihood, and the reconstruction of damaged infrastructure in the medium-term post-disaster period. Mr. Speaker, NADMO partner agency such as the following to carry out its exercise: the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Water Company, the Ghana Hydrological Authority, Ghana Police, National Ambulance, and the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Mr. Speaker, the contingency plan serves as a measure put in place by government, spearheaded by NADMO, to prevent flooding and minimize its impact in the event that it occurs. It also saves life and property, as well as provide relief with the focus on the vulnerable, such as women, children, and physically challenged, and the elderly. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service has also taken initiative to carry out public education on flood safety, flood risk, and emergency contact on social media and through community outreach activities. The service has also conducted flood risk assessment in all the 16 regions, Ghana's National Fire Service regional commands. The assessment cited 86 fuel and gas stations nationwide identified as flood prone. The risk assessment findings has been shared with NADMO for proactive measures. Challenges, Mr. Speaker. Despite the measures put in place to prevent or mitigate incidents of flooding nationwide, bureaucratic bottlenecks that delay funding for procurement and deployment of assets, limited financial resources that suffer implementation of contingency plan, poor road network, and inaccessible disaster sites, inadequate skilled staff to ensure effective coordination, lack of tool and skilled labor to create a reliable and centralized database for credible information, communication network failure, and poor internet access during emergency, inadequate fire tender. The few are currently performing market patrol duties. Mr. Speaker, and lastly, insufficient equipment like fair water pumps to pump out water from homes, hospitals, schools, etc. during flooding, ladders, life jackets, rope and lines, and harnesses to carry out 24-hour patrol in flood-prone areas. The Speaker, the state of the affairs in NADMO. The Speaker, the challenges are enormous. And like we said, since March 2025, we have put in the measures to make sure that we procure the necessary equipment and logistics to staff the warehouses of NADMO so that we'll be able to deal with these disasters when they occur. Unfortunately, because of challenges, we are currently in talk with the Minister of Finance to release the needed funds to enable NADMO to effectively implement its contingency plan. Additionally, the Ministry is collaborating with development partners.
A statement by both of them, because this was a call made by the chief whip, the minority chief whip.
Yeah.
Several days,
Yeah.
he kept insisting that he wanted both ministers to come and then explain what they are doing in relation to the flooding. That's why we got the two of them.
Yeah, I think his concern is just reach out to him.
Yes, I thought when I got up earlier, I had indicated that they will jointly make a statement on the flooding. So, please.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Western Housing, you may take the podium.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address the August House on an issue of growing national concern. The recent flooding incidents across multiple regions have once again highlighted our shared vulnerability to natural disasters, especially those aggravated by human-induced factors. Mr. Speaker, before proceeding, allow me to express on behalf of the government and the ministry our solidarity with all persons who have been displaced, injured, or have suffered damage to their properties. These are not mere statistics. They are fellow citizens whose lives and livelihoods have been disrupted. We stand with them in these difficult times and remain committed to supporting their recovery and building their resilience. Mr. Speaker, flooding remains one of the most persistent and destructive natural hazards confronting Ghana, often resulting in the loss of lives, displacement of families, destruction of infrastructure, and disruption to the economy. Flooding in Ghana has been a cyclical phenomenon, with a significant event recorded in urban and peri-urban areas, particularly in Accra, Kumasi, Sekondi, Takoradi, parts of the northern region, Volta, and western regions. Since the 1960s, major floods have occurred, but the frequency and severity have increased, particularly since the early 2000s. Mr. Speaker, in response to these recurrent disasters, the government instituted the National Flood Control Program in 2009, aimed at reducing urban and peri-urban flood risk by expanding and upgrading drainage infrastructure, increasing the resilience of communities and critical infrastructure to extreme weather events, preventing the recurrence of catastrophic floods through sustainable engineering and regulatory practices, enhancing disaster preparedness and early warning capabilities. The Ghana Hydrological Authority, NADMO, MMDAs have since worked together under this framework to manage flood risk. Despite these efforts, enforcement challenges, rapid urbanization, encroachment on waterways, climate change-induced extreme weather patterns have continued to retard progress. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 rainy season has once again brought significant devastation. Recent flood events have affected multiple regions, including Greater Accra, that is New Legon, Ofankor, Asheye, Lakeside, Community 25, Teshi, Pantan, some parts of Kasua, among others. In Ashanti region also, Abuabo, Pelele, Asawase, Amekom, Airport, Roundabout, Kwadasu, Shumase, among others. Western region also, Disco, Kwesimintim, Enchi, and others. Northern region, Gumani, Tamale Metropolis, and others. Volta region, Japon, Sokode, Mepe, and others. Mr. Speaker, the floods were triggered by intense rainfall, in some cases exceeding historical averages. Our technical assessments revealed these were compounded by human activities such as unregulated construction of floodplains and buffer zones, choked and underseized drains, encroachment on wetlands and watercourses, poor waste disposal practices, road construction debris obstructing drainage channels, among others. Mr. Speaker, the rainfall event of 18th May 2025 particularly affected the Greater Accra metropolitan area, severely impacting both low and high-density areas. In response, my ministry led a multi-agency reconnaissance mission to assess the map-out high-risk flood corridors and propose engineering and policy interventions. Key sites assessed include Kokrobite Estuary, Ofanko Barrier, Hachop, Atomic Drain, Adenta, Asheye, Frafraha, New Legon Corridor, and Sakumono, Densu, and other catchments. The team discovered extensive illegal settlements, silted estuaries, blocked culverts, unauthorized structures within waterways, undermining drainage systems and public safety. Mr. Speaker, to ensure a structured and a phased approach to tackling flood risk, the ministry has advanced and upgrading of drainage networks, deployment of real-time-based monitoring tools, construction of stormwater retention ponds, integrated flood plan management, and green infrastructure, strengthened interagency collaboration for planning and emergency response, long-term strategies. The long-term vision aims at sustainable climate-resilient flood management, which include overhaul of major urban drainage systems, periodic dredging of lagoons, and coastal protection measures, construction of large-scale detention and retention basins, climate-resilient urban design codes, operationalization of the National Hydrological Fund to serve as a dedicated mechanism for hydrological infrastructure financing, use of AI-powered urban drainage planning tools, fully integrated into spatial development schemes. Mr. Speaker, additionally, we are collaborating with the private sector.
Minister, hold on. Honorable members, it appears we are not listening to the minister. I could look at all of you. You are either engaged with somebody else, engaging on your phone. We are not listening to him. Please, we brought him here to respond to certain needs of the country. So let's give him a hearing. Minister, let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, additionally, we are collaborating with the private sector to explore green and nature-based solutions, which include wetland protection and afforestation, rainwater harvesting and permeable pavements, pilot projects in selected river catchment to serve as demonstration models, development and nature-based solution guidelines in collaboration with EPA and academia. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing World Bank-supported initiative, Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, is also aimed at mitigating flood risk and improving solid waste management in the Odo Basin and surrounding communities. The Garrett project seeks to address causes of flooding in Greater Accra by expanding and dredging the primary drains such as the Odo River and the Kole Lagoon, restructuring key bridges and culverts to improve hydraulic flow, enhancing waste collection services in low-income communities, supporting enforcement of planning and building regulations through digitized permitting systems, establishing a resettlement framework for people living in high-risk flood zones. Garrett is a critical component of our medium to long-term urban flood management strategy and serves as a model for expansion into other vulnerable regions. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, no amount of engineering will succeed without enforcement and civic responsibility. Developers must comply with planning laws, citizens must stop dumping waste into drains, and MMDAs must enforce building codes diligently. The ministry is also collaborating with the Ministry of Education to integrate flood awareness into school curricula and promote youth-led sanitation campaigns. Public infrastructure must be matched with public discipline. Mr. Speaker, finally, the ministry estimates that an investment of approximately $6 billion is needed to implement comprehensive flood control measures across the country. We will seek public-private partnerships, climate financing, and development partner support to realize this vision. We remain committed to building a Ghana that is flood resilient, climate smart, and safe for all citizens. With the support of Parliament, stakeholders, and the public, we can turn this crisis into an opportunity to build sustainable, inclusive infrastructure and protect our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Works and Housing. Honorable members, we've listened to two statements in connection with floods and related agent issues. So we are going to invite honorable members for comments. But like I said, we are going to manage because today we have a lot to do. So, yes, former NADMO Director General, Honorable Member for Afuano North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the two ministers are here, both Works and Housing and Interior. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to talk about the availability of funds to NADMO and other operational duties. Mr. Speaker, this House passed a law of 3% common fund to be given to NADMO for its operational duties. And with this, I am not talking for only one government or successive governments. The availability of funds to National Disaster Management Organization is a big problem. The 3%, sometimes in the whole year, NADMO will not receive a penny.
Honorable Prempe, 3% of what?
This is Assembly's common fund allocation to National Disaster Management.
So the money that is ferried to the District Assembly, 3%.
3% of the total amount to the District Assembly must go to NADMO. And sometimes NADMO doesn't receive even a penny in a whole year. And that is a sort of worry. When there's a disaster, NADMO must lead as a coordinating agency to coordinate all agencies to do search and rescue, need assessments, among other things. But in the process of doing need assessment and search and rescue, NADMO must move there with relief items, among other things. But here we are. I don't know whether the minister is here to talk about it. you can go to NADMO now and it is possible there will be no relief items at the warehouse. Sometimes, all government, we wait until there's a disaster before finance will release money for NADMO to go and buy relief items. So at the time, they will be moving in to do the search and rescue and need assessment. What would they send to the people? And it becomes a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the government should look at providing financial support to NADMO now. The rains are not done with us yet. We are in June. July, the rains will continue. Today, with the climate change adaptation, you cannot even determine whether it is only June, July that we will experience the rains. And like the Western Housing Minister was saying, I think we must do a lot of dredging. By August, September, the Sonabe Authority in Burkina Faso will spill the Bagre Dam also. And that comes with a lot of issues. Mr. Speaker, areas like Yagaba, Kubori, Pasingpe, among other areas around the Polugu Dam will experience heavy flooding. And, Mr. Speaker, by this time, we should have been doing dredging there. So government should find money for Western Housing Ministry to start doing dredging at those places before the Bagre Dam spillage is also done. Mr. Speaker, the district assemblies, the development authorities, the physical development authorities at the various district assemblies must crack the whip. It is time we need to empower the district assemblies to make sure the approval processes of buildings in the various MMDCAs are looked at. People are building everywhere. All waterways, people are filling waterways, building filling stations and other things. And that is part of the course. When I was in the office, I did something. You should not say when you were in the office.
Honorable, address me, don't listen to them.
Mr. Speaker, we have one country. We have one country called Ghana.
Honorable members, please.
When somebody was in office, he did something. You come and you must also continue.
He has an expertise and he's giving out some very critical information. We need to listen. It's not a question that when he was there, what did he do? Please. I don't think that is proper.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about disaster management.
Yes.
When disaster strikes, it doesn't know your political background, your tribe or religion. It knows about you as a Ghanaian. Disaster doesn't do politics or tribal. And therefore, let us look at solving our disaster problem with no political eyes. We shouldn't say when you were in the office, what did you do? We did something, but we must continue. That is what I'm talking about. Nobody knows when a disaster will befall you. We are talking about tidal waves, and most affected areas are in the Volta region where it is an NDC stronghold. And we all believe that the people of Volta region are also Ghanaians. Therefore, we must find solution to the tidal wave situation in the Volta region. So we should not bring politics into such debates. Mr. Speaker, NADMO needs funds. We must find money for National Disaster Management Organization to get relief items, get a lot of equipment that they need to work. When the previous government assumed responsibility, NADMO had no vehicle that was less than 10 years. But the previous government bought 65 new pickups for NADMO. Today there's a new government. Let us continue and add up.
Honorable member.
We did not complain.
Honorable member.
We bought some.
Honorable
we should
member.
Continue.
Honorable member. You were doing very well. I was enjoying your so I don't want you to mingle politics into it. This is a comment. It's a statement. We are commenting on it, please. So
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just flow the way we're flowing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the problems we have as a country. We have a lot of problems when it comes to disaster management in this country. Successive government has done a lot. We must continue as a nation. That is what I stand for.
Thank you.
But now, the appeal I want to make is that the Interior Minister should lead the Director General of NADMO to get funds from Finance Ministry to stock the warehouse of NADMO, so that when there's time for them to move in to do search and rescue and needs assessment, they will not be found wanting. And I want to make an appeal to the Works and Housing Minister or the government, to help the Works and Housing Ministry to start desilting areas around Polugu Dam, the Yagaba Kubori areas, and the Pasingpe areas, because I know for a fact that this year, August to September, the Sonabe Authority of Burkina Faso will speak the Bagre Dam and it will bring another.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my good friend, my brother, the former Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization. He makes quite a number of interesting points. First of all, he says, under his watch...
Honorable member, my plea is to address the issues that confront all of us, upon which we brought the ministers here. So I don't think just responding to a member who has made this comment is right.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. But, Mr. Speaker, the point he made flows directly from the minister's statement.
Very well.
So I want to humbly ask for your leave and build on that point. And the point he made, Mr. Speaker, was that throughout the period that the previous administration was in government, very old rickety vehicles were bequeathed to the administration under which he served as Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization. And this flows directly from the minister's statement. Because listening to the minister, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the lack of resources as one of the challenges which hampers the ability of NADMO to deliver effectively on its mandate. But, Mr. Speaker, what the former Director General forgot to add is that it was under the watch of an NDC government that the Enabling Act, the act NADMO derives its authority and powers from, was re-enacted in 2016. Conscious efforts were made, Mr. Speaker, by this House, by the government of the day, which has come back to power, to establish a disaster management fund to ensure that the perennial challenges that NADMO is usually faced with are resolved once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I, as ranking member at the time, summoned the Minister for the Interior here on numerous occasions and questioned him about why they were refusing and failing to implement the disaster management fund. Finally, they listened to us, they listened to conscience, good conscience, and started with the implementation. For the first time and the only time, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis was released into the NADMO fund. Out of the 21 million cedis, Mr. Speaker, my good friend and brother and NADMO was able to procure the vehicles he's now referring to. So, but for the intervention of my government, our government, they wouldn't have had money to procure those vehicles in the first place. Yes. And so, Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that now we are back to square one. there is a new government, there is an act of parliament which clearly creates a disaster management fund. Let the Minister for Finance prioritize the work of NADMO and release monies. These are statutory funds. 3% of the common fund is supposed to be paid into the disaster management fund. It's a statutory issue. So my prayer is that the new finance minister would comply with the issue and ensure that the funds are released into the disaster management fund so that the issues to do with flooding, dredging, etc., can be dealt with once and for all. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'll plead with you. This statement which is I should have even asked the Minister for Roads and Highways to also, Honorable Governor, I should have even asked you to also make a statement, because this statement we are talking about emanated from the statement made by Honorable Bidzidin on accounts of school children who was crossing a river to Burkina Faso who got flooded and 7 of them perished. It was during this comment that brought all these things. So your invitation was also there to at least address that bridge of that big river. Is it White Water? What's the river?
The Black Volta at Dipa, between Bole and then that's stretching from Chache, Bole towards Laura side, the Black Volta River. That feeds the Bui Dam. Dipa is there.
Very well. Thank you. So you take Honorable
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me say a big thank you to the two ministers for bringing an annual problem once again to the House. Mr. Speaker, we are never back to square one. Governance is continuous, and we must continue as a nation.
Yay.
Mr. Speaker, every year we come to this House, and the sing-song is the same. Anytime the rains are in, we have a problem. Mr. Speaker, things are never right. For how long are we going to do this as a country? And the Minister for Works and Housing says something, and for me, that was very instructive. That no matter the engineering, no matter what we do, if we as citizens of this country do not do that which is right, Mr. Speaker, we will come back year in, year out and sing the same song. Our district assemblies must be up and working. Mr. Speaker, we all represent constituencies, and it is sad. Sometimes you go and waterways, you see people building. We turn a blind eye to all these things. And when the rains are in, we come to complain. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come that we take constructive plans and direction to address this flood problem. We cannot continue to be just talking. And so the Minister for Finance must do the needful. It was a surprise to me when the Minister of Interior said that they are talking to the Minister for Finance to release the needed funds to do that which we ought to have done yesterday. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be priding ourselves in the dollar appreciating or the cedi appreciating when our people are dying, when properties are being destroyed. No, we need to save a situation. And so the Minister for Finance must provide the needed money for the Interior Minister to procure that which we need to salvage the situation. We cannot continue to see our people, our properties and people die, properties being destroyed. This is the time. We need the money to do that to save our people. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the chairman of Waste and Housing Committee. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend our ministers for the statement on the flood situation in Ghana. I wouldn't want to discuss anything from the other side. All that I want to do is to commend them. I think all the issues they have discussed are the germane issues that will be able to help us to solve the flooding situation in Ghana, especially in Accra. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister spoke about this garage project. You all know 2019, government of Ghana secured $200 million to ensure that at least Accra could be saved a bit when they come to the flooding situation. But the sad part of it is that you go out there and see the real work that was done on the ground. I've said it, you will from other Ghana. If we talk about value for money, you know, we're supposed to build detention ponds. Minister said it. Go out there, not even one was built. The drains that we're supposed to construct, concrete drains. What have been done? From 2019 up to date, we are here talking about disaster, how to fund. If we had invested this money very well, we had built the drains, the detention ponds, if we had constructed all these things, we will not be here talking about disaster relief. Now, even though we'll be talking about it, but it will be reduced drastically because the money was not applied well. I remember the former president going to the Dor River talking about building some nice pictures shown to Ghana. We're all impressed. The cameras were there. And tourist side, we're going to build tourist side. At the end of it, go there, although it's still the same. So what, even worse, why do we have to politicize this? When it rains, we all suffer as a result of that. So for now, we need to look for money to construct the drains, the detention ponds, and we need to look into it. Because some money that were advanced to contractors for over 1 year, $2 million have been given to a contractor, you are not even moved to site. Yes. They call it mobilization. The contractor is unable to move to site because they have not paid compensation to people to move out of the places that they are. So how come they pay the money to them? And we're here discussing this. We are not ashamed of what we did. We should be, as Ghanaians, if we should pay money, the money belongs to Ghana. Is that the way we have to use our money? $200 million, but go to the side there. We have absolutely nothing to show. And we have the minister here, and we are talking about disbursement because we have not spent money or not move and that. It's very important, but that's not the solution to the problem. Once we have money and want to solve problems, let's use the money so that Ghanaians will benefit from the money that we contracted. So, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the minister, but we need to learn from what has happened previously, that any money that will be secured from government for any project, we need to have value for money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll take the last one from. He said, that's what, then I come to a. Then.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Honorable Ministers for Interior and Works and Housing for briefing this House on a matter that, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we've all acknowledged, even from the contributions, is of grave importance. The perennial flooding of our cities and towns, and the planning of our cities and towns generally. Mr. Speaker, I had a privilege to be in government the last time, and I do know that considerable work was done by the Akufo-Addo administration in the effort to deal with the perennial issue of flooding and indeed on planning generally. Mr. Speaker, my brother, the Honorable Francis Asenso-Boakye, for example, was Minister for Works and Housing during the considerable period of the Akufo-Addo second term. And I do know the enormous intervention and investment the government put into building drains, into dredging our drains, and generally into putting measures, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the issue of disaster management and flooding. Mr. Speaker, I know, for example, that the government of President Akufo-Addo set up a special task force which was to work to make Ghana adequately prepared should we even have an earthquake. And therefore, the government was very sensitive and particular when it came to disaster management. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the economy we have as a country and the size of our purse will mean that there will be multiple competition for resources, national resources, and therefore a government will not be able to tackle all the various components of this long-standing issue and entrenched issue. But the fact has to be made, the point has to be made, that considerable investment, a lot of work was done by the Akufo-Addo administration when it comes to disaster management generally, town and country planning in particular, and investment in preventing flooding in our cities, towns, across the country. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Minister for Works and Housing, and I listened to the Minister for Interior. Mr. Speaker, this government has been in office for some 6 months, and Mr. Speaker, the two ministers should be commended for updating this House and for bringing this matter up again. Mr. Speaker, I was very attentive. I wanted to hear what the government has done so far and what the government intends to do in the short, medium to long term in building on what successive governments have done in the past in respect of town and country planning, disaster management, and flooding. Mr. Speaker, look, we can give updates, we can give presentations, we can underscore the problem, we can blame previous government, we can throw figures about, we can even misrepresent the facts. But Mr. Speaker, the only way Accra will be safe from flooding, the only way our country will be prepared for disaster management is for a government to get to work, for government to take action, for the government to have a plan. The government must have done something so far in these 6 months. The government must have a program to dealing with this matter. That's because I'm afraid our friends from the other side, the talk is becoming too much.
Honorable,
the talk is becoming too much. And Mr. Speaker, just as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, the contributions that have been made, most of the contributions have been useful. But I want to conclude by saying we can only deal with flooding in our country, we can have a robust disaster management program when we have a plan, when we get to work. The Akufo-Addo government had a plan. The Akufo-Addo government contributed this bit. And Mr. Speaker, we will respectfully call on them to limit the talking and get to work. It's important they get to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give you the last slot. Elmina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We've gotten 3 here. This is the 3rd one, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is sad to hear from the other side them asking us what this government is doing. Go to NADMO and look for yourself. The building is falling apart. What did you do the last 8 years to at least even hold the building up? Go there and it looks like somebody's garage. Several broken down cars, vehicles. What did you do? Don't let us.
Honorable Samuel Atta Mills.
Yes, sir.
Take your time. Honorable Samuel Atta Mills.
Okay.
We are not fighting with anybody.
All right,
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I take a cue I take a cue from that. Don't let us treat NADMO like we are treating a coffin-making company. You will need those coffins. When floods come, you will need NADMO. What have we prepared? What have we done? Let's work on it. Mr. Speaker, it's sad when you go out there. Are we ready for disaster management? Are we ready to save people? Don't let us be a talk shop. Let's fold our arms. Let's fold our sleeves. Those in the past who didn't do it, shame on you. We are going to get it done.
Honorable Samuel Tamers, please withdraw that statement.
Thank you.
Please withdraw it.
I withdraw. I withdraw. Look, I can help you too.
Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. But we need to work on it. We are going to work on it, and we'll make sure that it happens. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that you said he should withdraw the word, which he has honorable done. But it should be expunged from our record. Mr. Speaker, kindly make that directive. And it is not these words that will make him to be part of the remaining 4 ministers. If you will be part of the 4 remaining ministers, you'll be part of it, but not these words.
Honorable.
You are my friend. I want you to be part of the 4 remaining ministers, but not this kind of words.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Minority Whip, I take you, table, kindly expunge that statement from the records. That's shameful, is a shameful. Please expunge it. He has withdrawn, and I've asked that it's expunged. Please. Yes, leader. Yes, let's invite Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs to also brief the House.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, I have the honor to present to Parliament a comprehensive update on the recent developments regarding Ghana's diplomatic mission in Washington, D.C., United States of America. As members of this August House may be aware, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took an extraordinary but necessary step on the 26th of May 2025 to temporarily close the mission in Washington, D.C. and recall staff to Accra following reports of grave legal infractions. This decision was made after thorough deliberations and prompted by incriminating findings from a special audit team, which uncovered instances of fraud, conflict of interest, and corruption, particularly involving visa processing and the unauthorized activities of a third-party agent operating under the name Ghana Travel Consultants, GTC. With the full support of His Excellency the President, this action marked our government's unwavering stance against corruption and our commitment to protect the integrity and the image of our foreign service. Right Honourable Speaker, the special audit team, which I set up, was made up of senior management of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They uncovered a complex web of corruption that compromised the integrity and efficiency of the embassy's operations. Among the findings are the unlawful activities and conflict of interest involving one Mr. Fred Kwating, who was formally employed on August 11, 2017, according to our records at the ministry, as an information technology officer. Mr. Kwarteng continued to work with the mission with a renewal of annual temporary appointments. It has also emerged that Mr. Fred Kwarteng was not qualified to be employed as a local staff, as he does not possess the appropriate legal status to be employed in the USA. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the investigations revealed that Mr. Kwarteng is the owner and main operator of Ghana Travel Consultants. The company was later mysteriously contracted to provide exclusive courier handling for the mission, effective 1st January 2023, by the former ambassador, Her Excellency Hajia Alima Mahama. The team discovered that this situation started as far back as 2019. Therefore, the 2023 contract only sought to legitimize what was palpably wrong. This dual role as IT contract staff and at the same time service provider, where he illegally redirects applicants to his own company, GTC, created a criminally unacceptable situation where personal interest was clearly prioritized over official duties to the detriment of the mission's objectives and public trust. Mr. Speaker, investigations have revealed that on 19th November 2019, Mr. Fred Kwarteng was issued a formal query when the then head of Chancery, Her Excellency Genevieve Akpalu, who is now the head of mission or the ambassador at Ghana's embassy in Tokyo, Japan. She first discovered this illegal link on the website. It is curious that not much appeared to have happened after that query, as shockingly, Mr. Kwarteng became bolder with his unlawful activities, which continued after more than 6 years. Mr. Speaker, I have here with me a copy of the 2019 query. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll read the query. Dated 19 November 2019, signed by Genevieve Akpalu, Minister Head of Chancery. And it reads, Dear Sir, query. It has come to the notice of management of the embassy that in September 2019, you modified the embassy's website in respect of visa passport acquisition process without the necessary express approval. Will you explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against you for taking this unilateral, important decision? Your response should reach the undersigned not later than close of work on Wednesday, November 20th, 2019. Mr. Speaker, it remains a mystery how nothing happened after this query on the 19th of November 2019. Mr. Speaker, the mission's engagement of GTC was characterized by an irregular procurement process and a blatant disregard for the provisions of the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, as amended by Act 914. Furthermore, the contract between the mission and GTC, Financial Administration Regulations 2004, LI 1802. Mr. Speaker, this lack of adherence to established protocols undermines the principles of accountability and good governance that we strive to uphold in our diplomatic missions. Nonetheless, the head of consular section, who has oversight responsibilities for all consular activities, including visa and passport processing, and the head of chancery, cannot reasonably claim to have been unaware of the prevailing circumstances. Thus, their failure to perform in a proper manner the duties imposed on them contravened regulations, undermined efficient conduct, and brought the image and the good name of the Republic of Ghana into disrepute. According to their own account, GTC had been depositing unspecified amounts into an unauthorized welfare account being operated by the mission. And these payments were not subject to audit until the payments were discontinued. This fact was known to the staff of the mission, and the said funds were used for unofficial activities by the mission on the blind side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The team discovered that GTC's website was directly linked to the mission's website for courier services, providing no alternative options to applicants. This unauthorized and illegal arrangement not only limited the applicant's choice, but also compelled the applicants to opt for the courier service provided by Mr. Fred Kwarteng. Right Honorable Speaker, it is noteworthy that Fred Kwarteng's company operates from offices located about a 40-minute drive from the embassy, raising concerns regarding the nature of this arrangement and the extent of oversight exercised by the embassy. While the company operates a dedicated driver service that picks up and drops off passports between GTC and the mission, applicants have the option to drop off and collect their documents in person at GTC. It remains a mystery how GTC was allowed to become an annex of our embassy in Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the ministry entered an agreement with EMH Global, which was renewed in 2024, to standardize the websites of selected missions, including the Washington mission. However, these attempts were rebuffed by the Washington mission to avoid accountability and transparency. Even though Ghana paid for this contract to standardize all websites, only the Washington, D.C. website was not standardized and reconfigured. Everything was done by staff of the mission to prevent EMH Global to carry out their legitimate contract, which they had earned by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, to date, that synchronization has not been done. Had it been done, the link used to redirect applicants to GTC's website for the illicit business would have been curtailed. It cannot, therefore, be justifiably claimed that this action was executed at the mission by a lone wolf at the lower echelons of the mission's hierarchy. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that all service-related revenue must be managed in accordance with the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, and establish ministry protocols under the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2022, Act 1080, which was passed by this esteemed House. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the mission adopted a full online mailing system for visa and passport dispatch. Again, this was managed by Mr. Fred Kwarteng. Under this arrangement, applicants were offered delivery options via FedEx and USPS, for which they were charged a whopping $29.75 United States dollars each. Additionally, Mr. Kwarteng's company, GTC, also introduced a new service where he invited applicants to come for assistance in completing visa and passport forms, where he charged them between 60 and 100 United States dollars per applicant. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that 99% of all applicants utilize the services of GTC, meaning 99% of all applicants paid an extra, unauthorized, illegal, a figure not approved by this House under our fees and charges law, between $29 and $100. Mr. Speaker, investigations conducted by the top management of our ministry reveals that GTC dispatched between 150 to 350 visas and passports daily. Therefore, on average, about 250 visas and passports were dispatched daily by GTC. Right Honourable Speaker, this implies that yearly, GTC dispatched approximately 62,500 visas and passports. Mr. Fred Kwarteng was therefore raking an estimated $1,859,375 United States dollars annually for courier services alone. Mr. Speaker, you can comprehend the substantial sum he earns annually after adding fees for assisting applicants in completing their visa and passport forms, for which he charged between $60 and $100. By conservative analysis, Mr. Fred Kwarteng made about $4.8 million annually from his unlawful enterprise. Mr. Speaker, it is important to emphasize that there was no share, there was no revenue sharing arrangement with the ministry. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had no share. This $4.8 million was controlled totally by Mr. Fred Kwarteng. Mr. Speaker, given that these are funds that were derived, Mr. Speaker, given that these are funds that were derived from unauthorized operations, it has become imperative to invite the Economic and Organized Crime Office and the Attorney General to investigate, trace the proceeds, and prosecute Mr. Fred Kwarteng and his collaborators as instructed by
Minister,
President Mahama.
Minister,
this we have promptly done.
Minister, just hold on. It's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, let me apologize to the minister for interrupting him. But I have a copy of the statement he distributed to us. And I've been following him. It seems the minister is reading a different statement from what we have. Because in the statement I have, Mr. Speaker, page 4. Page 4.
Hold on.
He says the person raked in an estimated $1.8 million. But the minister is saying $4 million. So I want us to reconcile that. I have a different statement.
Honorable Abujinapo, just about a year ago, you used to be here.
Yes.
And as a minister...
Yeah. No, what I have is different. The statement I have, Mr. Speaker, I just want to be sure we are on the same page with the minister. Statement that was distributed is different from the statement the minister is being read is reading to us. That's my issue.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the respected ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee to pay attention to paragraph 17. It's the same statement I'm reading. So the 1.8 million is for the courier service, and then the $4.8 million is where he adds it's all there. Paragraph 17.
Honorable
let me read it again. Let me read it again for you. You don't have paragraph 17? You don't? Let me read paragraph 17 for you.
Yes, go on.
I'm reading paragraph 17 again for emphasis. This implies that this... Okay.
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
So, my leader wants me to read from paragraph 16. So, right on, Speaker. For emphasis, going back to paragraph 16. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the mission adopted a fully online mailing system for visa and passport dispatch, managed by Fred Kwarteng. Under this arrangement, applicants were offered delivery options via FedEx and USPS, for which they were charged a whopping $29.75 United States dollars. Additionally, GTC also aids applicants in completing visa and passport forms for a fee between 60 and 100 United States dollars per applicant. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that 99% of all applicants utilize the services of GTC, meaning 99% of all applicants paid the extra $29.75, which was not approved by this House. Investigations reveal that GTC dispatched between 150 to 350 visas and passports daily. Therefore, on average, about 250 visas and passports were dispatched daily by GTC. Mr. Speaker, this implies that yearly GTC dispatched approximately 62,500 visas and passports. Mr. Fred Kwartin has therefore been raking in an estimated $1,859,375 United States dollars annually for courier services alone. That is for courier services alone. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you can comprehend.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 91 2A. And Mr. Speaker, it reads that a Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts. Mr. Speaker, it should be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House. Mr. Speaker, based on the statement he's saying and the figures he's quoting, it is his own assumption. They are not facts. They are not facts. They are not facts.
Honorable leader.
No, they are not facts.
Honorable leader.
So, Mr.
No. How will you know that it's not a fact?
Mr. Speaker, the minister is making his statement based on assumption, and assumptions are not facts. Yes, I have a copy of the statement. He's assuming. Oh, these are not facts. Mr. Speaker, the minister must limit himself to
Honorable
facts.
Habib.
And what he's saying is not facts.
Honorable Habib, you are a leader. That is why I gave you that opportunity. But how can you say that the minister's figures he's turning out they are not facts?
Mr. Speaker, if you read the minister's statement, no, yes, I have a copy of the statement. I have it here. Mr. Speaker, the minister is not being factual because all the figures he's giving is based on assumption. It's based on assumption.
Very well. You said that. Yes. Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know. What?
Mr. Speaker. Please.
Honorable, please. Yes, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let's take the work we do here seriously. We are here as members of Parliament to hold the executive accountable. We have a right to demand that members of the executive, specifically ministers, are brought to this House to brief us on certain matters. Mr. Speaker,
Leader, just address me.
Mr. Speaker, when this incident occurred, no less a person than the minority leader came to this House and demanded that we summon the Minister for Foreign Affairs to come and answer questions why he had closed our mission down for 2 days. That is the minority leader himself. The minister is here. Now, let us educate ourselves on parliamentary processes. When a minister stands here and makes a statement and we feel strongly that he has misinformed the House. In some jurisdictions, it is grounds for the removal of the minister. In some jurisdictions, in the UK, it is basis for the minister to be impeached by the House. So when a minister comes and is making a statement, let's listen to him. When we finish and we have issues about certain factual statements made by the minister, we can then take the minister on. That's what we do. But when the minister is making the statement and then people in the front bench get up and then they interrupt the minister, this is not how we do it. If he makes a statement and mentions a figure, you have the right later on to go and investigate and interrogate those figures. You can come back to this House and demand that the minister be taken on because he has presented an inaccurate figure. The minister has no responsibility to give us copies of his statements. But he's been magnanimous and shared copies with us. But the fact that we are holding copies doesn't mean that we shouldn't listen to him. It is what he says here that is important, not what is in the statement. He can actually amend while speaking what is in the statement. He can amend it. He can amend it. If he himself notices that something is inaccurate in the written statement, he can, in delivery, amend it himself. What we will hold him by is what he says. So I plead with you. If you want the ministers to keep coming and answering our questions and making statements when we summon them, let's accord them the opportunity to do so.
Leader, thank you. Honorable Minister, please continue.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me state for the record that I am happy to make available the full report of the audit team for members to study and appreciate. Nothing being presented here is conjecture or is not the fact. I am presenting to this House incontrovertible, irrefutable facts, and that has to be emphasized. Mr. Speaker, I take paragraph 17 again. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you can comprehend that a substantial sum he earns annually after adding fees for assisting applicants in completing their visa and passport forms, which, as I've emphasized, was an illegal enterprise, not approved under our Fees and Charges Act. By analysis made by the audit team, the fact-finding team, which is a team, as I've said earlier, made up of distinguished senior diplomats, management of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Fred Kwarteng was making $4.8 million annually from his unlawful enterprise. It is important to emphasize that there was no share of this amount to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Given that these are funds that were derived from unauthorized operations, it has become imperative to invite the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, and the Attorney General to investigate, trace the proceeds, and prosecute Fred Kwarteng and his collaborators, as instructed by the President. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to inform you that the ministry has promptly done. The investigation also revealed that the Auditor General's office had raised concerns about the embassy's operations and financial management some 2 years ago. Specifically, the audit findings highlighted issues with procurement practices and financial accountability, which seem to have been ignored or inadequately addressed. Right Honourable Speaker, the investigations revealed that Fred Kwarteng's company, GTC, was initially jointly owned with his ex-wife, which raises additional questions about the nature of their business relationship and potential conflict of interest. Admissions from Fred Kwarteng himself, when he met the audit finding team, as well as current and former staff of the embassy, confirm that he did not act alone in this matter. It appears that there may have been a network of individuals involved in this web of corruption, which underscores the need for thorough investigation and accountability. We must contemplate the motivation behind the creation of a system that benefits a few individuals at the bottom of the food chain at our diplomatic mission. Mr. Speaker, in light of these findings and in accordance with the reset agenda, my ministry took the following decisive actions with the full blessing of President John Mahama. 1, the immediate dismissal of Mr. Fred Kwarteng. 2, the recall of all staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted to the Washington mission. 3, the swift dissolution of the embassy's IT department. 4, the suspension of all the embassy's locally recruited staff. 5, the Auditor General was promptly invited to conduct a forensic audit of all transactions. 6, the temporary closure of the embassy to finalize the restructuring and systems overhaul at the embassy. We also issued a press release informing the public of the impending reopening of the embassy 3 days after, that is on the 29th of May, 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, following the closure, I appointed the respected and distinguished Ambassador Mrs. Jane Gasu Aheto, who was the head of legal department until this recent appointment, as the acting head of mission, and tasked her to lead a team of senior foreign service officers and personnel from the research department to Washington, D.C. Their mission is as follows: restore integrity to the operations of the embassy, overhaul the mission's IT systems, implement internal controls, address administrative gaps, and ensure a smooth and credible reopening of our diplomatic presence. The team arrived in Washington between the 31st of May and 1st June 2025. By that time, the ministry's IT unit, in collaboration with interim staff from our New York mission, had already laid the groundwork for the official reopening of the mission on 29th May 2025. Key findings and challenges. Mr. Speaker, upon arrival, the team led by the ambassador encountered a backlog of over 2,300 visa applications. And I'm sure that honorable members have seen a number of videos about frustrations being expressed by visa applicants at the Washington embassy. Mr. Speaker, there was also no structured filing or tracking system in place, compounding the issue. An average of 350 new applications were being submitted daily. The situation was highly disorganized and required urgent intervention. Mr. Speaker, I arrived at the mission on 1st June 2025 to personally assess the situation on the ground. During my visit, I held meetings with both local and home-based staff, where I clearly conveyed the government's position on the matter. I underscored that Mr. Frederick Kwarteng, the principal suspect in this case, along with any accomplices, will be held fully accountable under the law. This includes cooperating with U.S. authorities to freeze their accounts linked to this criminal enterprise. Right Honorable Speaker, I issued a series of directives which are currently being enforced. The establishment of an internal investigative committee to probe all locally recruited staff. IOCO has been formally notified to pursue Mr. Fred Kwarteng, to trace the proceeds of crime, and to have him brought to Ghana for prosecution. A complete overhaul of the IT department and digital platforms. The streamlining of the Client Services Center to enhance transparency. Implementation of a secure and trackable mailing system. Renovation of the Chancery building to uplift its deteriorating image. And introduction of a biometric clocking system to monitor staff attendance. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that significant progress has been made between 27th May and 13th June 2025. A total of 4,472 visas were processed and issued. 3,588 passports were dispatched. A further 3,729 visa applications were received. And all visa backlog cases from April and May 2025 have now been fully processed. To manage the high volume of applications, the mission's working hours have been extended from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., with some officers working beyond 10 p.m. And Mr. Speaker, I must commend the dedication and commitment of our diplomats in rising to this challenge. Mr. Speaker, the mission's IT infrastructure has been fully reconfigured to enhance security and service delivery. All the unauthorized access points have been removed. A live chat system has been introduced, and official email accounts have been updated to promote professionalism and responsiveness. In addition, 3 new phone lines have been added to reduce call congestion. 2,277 real-time online chats and 543 email inquiries were handled within a 2-week period. To further improve performance, the mission is also rolling out a mandatory training program focused on professional client service and work ethics. Pursuant to these directives, the Internal Investigative Committee has to date interviewed 25 locally recruited staff. A few individuals have since tendered their resignations. The remaining staff are scheduled to be interviewed within the week. A comprehensive report, including findings and recommendations, will be submitted upon the conclusion of the inquiry. Mr. Speaker, while the visa and passport issuance process has significantly improved, the primary challenge remains mailing delays, largely due to logistical failures by the United States Postal Service. Approximately 490 duly issued visa packages mailed on 6 and 9 June 2025 were not properly scanned, leading to concerns among applicants. In response, we have directly engaged USPS to mitigate future disruptions. Measures implemented include staggering mail dispatches to a maximum of 200 packages per day to enhance tracking and delivery efficiency. Mr. Speaker, may I stress that contrary to propaganda out there, no new recruitment has been carried out at our Washington, D.C. mission. All the replacements are distinguished senior foreign service officers of many years of impeccable experience and integrity. Our decisive reset intervention, by not looking on, as happened in the past, has sent a very clear message that the Mahama administration will not be complicit in dubious schemes that border on corruption, conflict of interest, abuse of office, and cruel exploitation of clients of our missions abroad. Government's actions have projected a great and positive image of our beloved country. In concluding, Right Honourable Speaker, despite the serious nature of the infractions that led to the temporary closure of the mission, I am pleased to report that the Washington, D.C. mission has been fully reopened. Operations are stabilizing, and confidence in Ghana's diplomatic representation in the United States is being steadily restored. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I remain resolutely committed to advancing the necessary institutional reforms, ensuring that justice is served in cases of corruption, conflict of interest, and abuse of office, upholding the highest standards of integrity and service delivery across all our missions abroad. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to keep this House informed as both the investigations and reform processes progress. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will only take a comment each from each side. Honorable members, just go through the order paper. Take the order paper and just go through. So many questions, and some of the questions is even directed to the minister in connection of this particular issue. So just bear with me. I'll take just one comment from each side, and I don't know if even leadership will see sense with me, I will ignore leadership as well. I'm taking 1-1. If even you compromise with me, I will even skip leadership. Yes, Honorable Ranking. So I'll take the ranking. Chairman, are you also talking? So I take the ranking and I take the chairman. Very well. Then I give opportunity to leadership. But please bear in mind, now I have to be straight on the orders. Please, 93.5, a member may comment on a statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. I'm going to strictly adhere to that. I'm doing this because of so many business that we have to conduct. So, Honorable Samuel Bujenapo. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you that we need to manage our time very well. But this is a matter that engaged significant national attention. And I recall the minority leader that very day urgently requested for an opportunity to make a statement and demanded that the Foreign Affairs Minister should be here to answer questions. A press conference was organized on the matter. And when we rescheduled the Foreign Affairs Minister, he came under enormous attack. Mr. Speaker, today, such a comprehensive report based on a thorough investigation of the situation has been presented to the House. We cannot limit it to just one person on each side. There is significant interest on both sides of the House. There is significant interest. There is significant interest. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think we should allow about 3-3.
Honorable Leader.
3-3.
Honorable Leader, respectfully, I'll go with my ruling. Just look at the questions. The urgent question 1, which is filed by, the question was filed by Samuel Bujenapo. The question is soliciting almost the same information. You take the 2, B, it's almost the same line. So I think all the information that we need or we need to provide to the nation, we can solicit, if not through the statement, through the questions. So I want to just stick to what I've just said, 1 each, then I'll give the opportunity to leadership. Please bear with me. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for this very elaborate statement given to the House, and also to thank him and welcome his decision to share the report of the Ministerial Investigative Committee to the House, because, Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we had requested for this report, and we are yet to have a look at the report. Mr. Speaker, let me very quickly make the point that we from this side, the minority, we are not against or opposed to any effort to establish accountability. We don't have any difficulty whatsoever. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, we encourage the minister to ensure that wherever there is rot or wherever there is corruption, he should investigate, root it out, and bring the perpetrators to book. Mr. Speaker, a certain Mr. Kwatin is alleged to have been involved in a corrupt act. That cannot be the burden of this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I make this point. Mr. Speaker, I make this point because in a government machinery, even today, in this government, you may have public servants, civil servants, officials in parts of the government machinery conducting themselves in a manner which is inappropriate. Those people, there should be investigations. If they are found out, they should be brought to book. So we want to assure the minister and assure the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the minority caucus on this committee, fully supports his effort. In any event, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Fred Kwarteng was recruited into the Washington mission as far back as 2013, during the time of President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the contract for which the minister is very unhappy about, Mr. Speaker, the first time Mr. Kwarteng was given a similar contract on temporary basis was in the year 2015. And I can furnish the minister with evidence to support the assertions I'm making. Mr. Speaker, the basis for the investigations or the basis of this alleged corruption, and I use the word alleged with great emphasis. Mr. Speaker, what is the basis of it? The basis of it is, to simplify it, is that the mission in Washington is supposed to have gotten into a certain arrangement with Mr. Kwarteng's company because, according to the mission, there was some bureaucratic inertia in terms of transmitting visas and passport booklets to applicants. Mr. Speaker, the minister himself is attempting an effort like that here in Ghana, where he's employing courier services for the transmission of passports to applicants. Mr. Speaker, that is the basis for this alleged corruption. Simplicity. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there is an Indian company. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there is an Indian company called Premium. An Indian company called Premium, which is rendering the same services Mr. Kwarteng's company is supposed to have been rendering to the Washington mission, which has become the basis for this allegation of corruption. That company is still rendering the same service today. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, what is the point? The point I seek to make is that the foundation or the basis on which Mr. Kwarteng's company was contracted, Mr. Speaker, in and by itself, is not wrong. There is a company, an Indian company, rendering the same service today. Mr. Kwarteng's company was given a contract to render that same service on a temporary basis in 2015. Honorable Minister Okudzeto Ablakwa is making strenuous efforts in a welcome manner, commendably, to render the same service to Ghanaians here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, the quantum of money, the funds that are supposed to have been accrued to Mr. Kwarteng's company, assuming without admitting, Mr. Speaker, let me also put on record, those are not public funds. Those are funds which are supposed to have been paid to Mr. Kwarteng's company on the basis of this Washington mission's contract with him. And so let us be clear, the $1.8 million and the $4 million the minister alluded to, Mr. Speaker, are not funds out of public exchequer. These are amounts that the minister has put together, has estimated to be, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there's a final point I need to be, Mr. Speaker. So the difficulty the minority have had is the question whether or not the allegation for which reason the minister set up the committee of inquiry warranted the closure of the Washington mission. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1970. Mr. Speaker, it's very important. As the majority leader rightly said, this is a matter which has generated a lot of domestic and international interest. And I'm the ranking with the greatest respect. Mr. Speaker, if I may refer you to the Vienna Convention set up copiously the steps that a country ought to take or to adhere to in closing down a mission. The first step, Mr. Speaker, step one, government decision must be at the highest level. There must be a notification to the host country. There must be coordination with the host country. Before the announcement and the reassignment of foreign service officers, Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
There must be, these steps have to be adhered to. And the point we made here, and if I may conclude on that,
your point is made.
That, Mr. Speaker, is that the procedure which was adopted,
thank you.
The procedure which was adopted to close down the Washington mission was one which is alien to public international law and is not consistent with the Vienna Convention.
Thank you.
And in 48 hours, and the minister opened the mission, and that tells us that the decision was a rushed one.
Thank you.
We welcome the probe. We don't have a difficulty with the probe, but we will always insist that we should adhere to procedural propriety in terms of how we manage our foreign relations and foreign policy and the missions of our country. That is the position of this minority. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, you see, I decided not to pick. You see, these interjections will always waste a lot of time. I beg of you, please.
Records. The minister in briefing this house stated clearly that the gentleman was employed according to the records of the ministry in 2017. He, on the other hand, is telling this house that the gentleman was employed in 2013 without any evidence. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records, and for us to make progress, it is important that these records are, yes, these records are certain. It's as simple as that. He should lay it. He should just table it so that at least we can verify. It adds to the records of this house.
Honorable Habib, well. Let me listen to. Let me listen to Honorable Chairman for Foreign Affairs Committee.
Mr. Speaker, having heard the report as presented by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, leading to the closure of the Washington mission, one has no doubt but to conclude that the minister did the right thing. The minister saw a route, rose to the occasion, took the necessary steps, and corrected the situation. Mr. Speaker, the country voted to reset this country.
That's right.
And when the people spoke, they spoke and gave the mandate to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and his appointees to correct corrupt practices, whether in this country or abroad. And that is what the minister has done. The minister's report cannot be, no individual of this house should support this practice in any of our missions. Our students just left here. And if our children heard this report and we stand to defend it, please. Please.
Why?
If we say we support the minister, then let's support him all the way. We cannot say we support the minister, turn around and question what the individual did. Please, that is not right. Ghanaians have voted to reset, and the minister is resetting the ministry. The committee supports him in the action to reset. Yes. So let us work together, because that is the mandate that Ghanaians have given us. I stand to encourage the minister that we should go all out. That is the mandate that's been given to us. We will work with the ministry to ensure that Ghana see better days in the future. With these few words, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now revert to the leadership. Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I yield to the Member of Parliament for Busimi Fremu, Asafo.
Yeah, we went together. Honorable Asafo, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also commend the Minister for availing himself to brief the House and give us some information that is very critical and crucial. Mr. Speaker, just to also emphasize and make the point once again for emphasis that this side of the House, the minority on the committee, is not and will never be against the minister's quest to probe or to ensure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, but diplomacy, Mr. Speaker, is tactfulness. Mr. Speaker, diplomacy is backdoor talks. Diplomacy is consultation. Diplomacy is, Mr. Speaker, diplomacy is key and must know that there are some things that should and must not be openly, overtly, or covertly putting out there. Mr. Speaker, I have the minister's letter, which designates a team of people who are supposed to take over at the Washington Embassy. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Mrs. Jane Gasu Aheto, head of the mission. Mr. Bernard Quetson, head of consular. Mrs. Bernice A. Hodegbeke, minister. Mrs. Emanuela Kakari Ajima. Mr. Speaker, there are records in the ministry between 2011 and 2013 of one of the members here engaging in key issues that are fraudulent and corrupt. Mr. Speaker, she was called back from the New York mission. Mr. Speaker, emphasis, Madam Jane Gasu Aheto. Mr. Speaker, she was at the New York Embassy. Mr. Speaker, she was involved in corruption and she was called back to Ghana. And out of settlement and arrangement, she was made to repay the monies that was involved in this issue. So for the minister to tell us that embassy is now, the ministry is now taking, with all the descriptions and nomenclatures, professional, exceptional ambassadors or Ghanaian, incorruptible to the Washington ministry, we beg to differ. This matter, if I've not mentioned it here, was under, the country didn't even know about it. That is how diplomacy is still treated. Yeah. It doesn't mean that we should not apprehend or we should not deal with people who are involved in this issue. Mr. Speaker, the next thing to say, as it stands now, for the past 2 weeks, that the ministry announced that the embassy will be reopened. Mr. Speaker, the embassy was reopened but was not functional. Mr. Speaker, there was no delegation from Ghana that got to Washington. Rather, the minister assigned some members from New York to go and take charge in the Washington Embassy. And this has caused a lot of Ghanaians in Washington, the devastation, the challenges, the issue, the hardship going through to get visa and passports. Mr. Speaker, let it be on record.
Thank you.
That the decision to close embassy has caused Ghana more harm than good. And we are becoming a joke in the eyes of the public.
Thank you so much.
Speaker, we must put that on record.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, please. Honorable, please, we've heard you. Let's listen to the majority leader. Yes, leader. Yes, leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this House should thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs for coming to This House should thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs for coming to fully disclose to us exactly what happened in our Washington mission. So, Speaker, I think that clearly the investigations reveal a number of infractions. First and foremost, this is the only house that can decide on the fees and charges that any institution can levy on any person for a service rendered by the Republic of Ghana. This is the only house. And to the extent that this house did not approve of any charge for a service in the acquisition of a visa to enter Ghana, that is a clear infraction of the laws of Ghana. No matter how valuable the service, no matter how good intention it may have been, clearly there has been a violation of the laws of Ghana. And if for nothing, this House should be interested in that. That how did it happen that civil servants on their own, without parliamentary approval, sat down and created a business whereby services were rendered for the acquisition of Ghanaian visas and payments were made without the approval of this parliament? No matter what it is, there is a clear infraction of the law that this House should be interested in. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we may dispute when Mr. Kwarteng assumed office at the embassy. But there's no dispute that he was the IT officer when he assumed office. Whichever date, but he assumed office as the IT officer of the embassy. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt. That as the IT officer, that he and it is said a spouse own a company that were providing IT services to the same organization. Mr. Speaker, even if there is a similar contract in the UK for the acquisition of Ghanaian visas by an Indian company, let us not lose sight of the fact that for our IT officer at the Washington office to now set up a private company to render IT services, and the fees goes to him, no matter how good intentioned, that is a clear case of conflict of interest. Another clear instance of infraction of our laws. Mr. Speaker, I think this House is the defender of the interest of the ordinary people who approach government for services. And I must commend the minister for the effort that he took or made to stop this. To stop this. Mr. Speaker, the day that the statement was made here, in this House, on my way home, a friend called me and told me that the figure we are even quoting is below what they were actually paying. And what he told me, and he's ready to testify, what he told me was that it was deliberately made in such a way that you could not on your own apply online for a visa. Deliberately. So even though you could apply online, it became impossible for anyone to apply online, so that you will go and then seek the services of the company. And this is where conflict of interest comes in. So if the person in charge of our IT system at our mission has a business of providing that service, why won't it be easy to make it impossible for people who can ordinarily apply online to apply, so that you will seek the services of his company? That is what conflict of interest is all about. So, Mr. Speaker, such a matter cannot come before this House and we will attempt to belittle it. We cannot attempt to belittle it. This is a very serious matter, happening not here in Ghana, but in Washington. Our institutions had degenerated to a point where we were exporting such practices abroad. We had done it in Ghana, SML, whatever it was. So many concocted arrangements that today we have unending investigations. National Service Secretariat, everywhere you turn. And we're not satisfied doing it domestically. We now decided that it is a commodity worth exporting to foreign countries. And we're exporting to foreign countries.
Honorable Leader, your term is almost up.
Mr. Speaker, I think that Yoko must investigate the matter. We expect the report of Yoko's investigation expedited and presented to this House by the minister. Because this House is going to insist on swift and certain punishment for such violations of the flag and coat of arms of Ghana abroad in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I heard somebody talk about hardship. Can you calculate the hardship of all those who had to go through this grueling treatment and had to cough out their money? And you're talking about hardship. Whose hardship are we talking about here? Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honor leadership. Let me seek your pressure. We have committed ourselves to take certain statements. Can we continue? Come again. Can you continue with the statement? Then before then we come to questions. Debbie, no. So we will take the statement. I'm pleading with you because, yes, I'll take the statement, then I come to questions. Ministers, bear with me in place. So let me invite, there's a joint statement on the city appreciation and Ghana's agricultural opportunity by the minority leader, Osahene Alexander Kwame Nafanyamakin, and Honorable Elvis Oseme Sadapa. Joint statement. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. Then afterwards, I come to the first Deputy Speaker statement.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the recent appreciation of the Ghanaian cedi and the opportunities it presents for Ghana's agricultural transformation. While the cedi sharp recovery signal a welcome macroeconomic shift, it offers a unique window for structural investment in agriculture to address persistent food inflation, reduce input costs, and boost productivity in a sector that remains central to livelihoods and national stability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public investment in agriculture has been persistently low, and alarmingly, it has dropped even further under the current administration's 2025 budget. Only 1.5 billion Ghana cedi was allocated to agriculture sector in 2025, a mere 0.5% of the total Ghana 290 billion budget. This is down from roughly 1.9% of the budget in the 2023 and 2024, which were already below the African Union 10% Maputo Malabo commitment. Mr. Speaker, per the Bank of Ghana's rates, the Ghanaian cedi has surged in 2025 from Ghana 14.7 in the early part of the year to the Ghana 11 cedi in May against the US dollar. The cause of the recovery follows a mix of both global and domestic factors: weakening US dollar on the world market, rising gold reserve at the Bank of Ghana, a result of the previous government initiative, and perhaps some yet to be seen fiscal and monetary policies. Food inflation in the country continues to remain high. Although inflation reduced to 18.4 in May, food inflation is still hovering about 22%. Such appreciation presents an opportunity for agriculture, which underpins economic stability and food security amidst high food inflation. Mr. Speaker, a stronger cedi can make imported agro inputs such as fertilizers, seeds, agrochemicals, and machinery more affordable. As Ghana imports the bulk of its agricultural inputs, for example, in 2024, Ghana imported 38.6 billion cedi worth of machinery and electrical equipment, representing 15.4% of total imports. Also, bulldozers and herbicides, anti-sprouting products, and plant growth regulators made the top 10 products that were imported in 2024, representing about 3.5% of imports. Mr. Speaker, in the poultry value chain, one of the most persistent challenges in the cost of day-old chicks, most of which are imported due to weak local hatchery capacity. A stronger cedi makes these imports cheaper, potentially lowering production costs of local poultry farmers. Imported feed ingredients such as soybean meal, maize additives, and premises are also sensitive to exchange rate movement. If the cedi holds, domestic poultry producers may become more competitive, but also border protection and market linkages must be managed to prevent dumping of cheap frozen imports that undermine local input. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana imports substantial quantities of rice, wheat, sugar, cooking oils, and flour. The appreciation of the currency reduces the cost of these imports, easing some pressure on consumers, increasing disposable income for households, and potentially slowing food inflation. However, cheaper imports can also undercut local producers. For example, local rice poultry value chains have long struggled to compete with the imported alternatives due to scale and cost disadvantages. There must be a right balance. Consumers want relief, but producers need protection. Mr. Speaker, the impact of cedi appreciation may also be felt in the electricity pricing. Under Ghana's tariff adjustment mechanism, inflation and debt servicing influence utility prices. If the recent drop in the inflation and exchange rate pressures is sustained, and if debt servicing costs are not rigidly passed on, utility tariff could ease or stabilize it in the next quarter. Cheaper power could improve margins, support production schedules, and attract more investment into agro-industry. Mr. Speaker, while the cedi appreciation offers relief for input-dependent producers, it poses real risk for exporters, especially in agriculture. Over 70% of Ghana's non-traditional exports are agricultural products. The danger is that this appreciation, if not matched by a decline in the cost of doing business from port charges to transport financing, exports could lose market share or see shrinking margins. This could discourage scale-up investment in high-value agro-export chain. While the cedi appreciation offers a short-term cost advantage, the more impactful way to tackle food inflation is by boosting domestic productivity through strategic investment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana's agriculture sector is structurally weak due to its heavy dependence of imported food and input. In 2024, over half of Ghana's food supply was imported, amounting to around $2 billion USD, exposing the country external shocks and undermining domestic productivity. There is the need to create a room to expand support for local fertilizers blending plants, invest in seed research and certify domestic seed systems, and reduce fiscal pressure from import-heavy subsidy programs.
Yes.
Investing in local inputs ecosystem enhances long-term affordability and builds resilience against future exchange rate shocks.
Yeah.
Post-harvest losses in Ghana are persistently high esteem, at 20% to 30% for crops due to limited processing, and could change capacity. Scaling agro-processing is crucial to absorb seasonal yield, stabilize prices, and create rural jobs. Investment priorities should include industrial agro-processing hubs, near production zones and small-scale equipment.
Honourable members, please. Honourable members, please. Let's give him a hearing. Please, I beg of you. So, Honourable, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many farmers lack access to reliable transport, cold storage, or structured aggregation center. Investment in upgrading feeder system will help reduce post-harvest losses, improving logistics, lowers food wastage, shortens market cycle, and enhances national food distribution. Mr. Speaker, only 2% of Ghana's arable land is irrigated, making crop production vulnerable to climate variability. With food inflation a recurring concern, year-round production is critical. The city could be used to support expansion of smallholders' irrigation scheme and rehabilitation of underperforming public irrigation projects. Irrigation links directly to increase crop intensity and support off-season cultivation, especially for vegetables and high-value crops. Law mechanism is a binding and constraint across much of Ghana's agriculture. Most smallholders rely on manual tools or animal traction, limiting land expansion and delaying time-sensitive operations like planting and harvesting. A stronger city makes it more affordable to import machinery, spare parts, and assembly kits. Strategic investment could include scaling mechanization service, centers with public-private partnerships, supporting assembly and repair workshops to reduce foreign dependence. Agriculture contributes over 21% of GDP, but its access to finance remains disproportionately low. Data from Ghana's Investment Promotion Center shows that FDI into agriculture average less than 2% of total inflows between 2018 and 2024. For instance, only 1.5 million USD was recorded for the 3 projects in 2024, representing just 0.24% of the year's total FDI of the 617.6 million USD. This pattern is not limiting the foreign investment. Domestic credit to agriculture also remains marginal, with the sector receiving less than 5% of the total bank lending in recent years. These figures point to the persistent and widening agriculture financing gap. The issue is not simply one of low funding, but also of high barriers to accessing what little credit is available. The recent 5th anniversary report of GESA reaffirms what many actors in sector already experience, that despite effort there, the risk agricultural lending, systematic challenges remain due to perceived high risk. Loans to actors in the agricultural value chain are often priced higher than in other sectors, while many smallholders, farmers, and agribusiness lack the traditional collateral demands by the financial institution. Though the sector remains high impact, there is a large financing gap. Without targeted credit schemes, blended potential with affordable micro trends. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the fact that although the city has appreciated recently, this research has been driven by a combination of global and domestic factors. It offers a unique window for structural investment in agriculture to address persistent food inflation, reduce input costs, and boost productivity in a sector that remains central in livelihoods and national stability. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for what is it? No. Yes. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have a very loaded agenda.
Honorable members, please.
We have a very loaded agenda today, except that we want to commend the first timer for his courage, his bravery. Speaking in this house is not an easy thing, and there are many that come here and for several years they still cannot find their voice on the floor of this house. And so I think that we commend him for the effort and encourage all other, first timers to put up such statements and be encouraged to make those statements. Mr. Speaker, I think on that note, if we can vary the order of business and allow the Minister for Roads to answer his question before we take the foreign minister, because he has had the opportunity to make a statement. So if we can give an opportunity to the Minister for Roads to answer his question and leave.
Yes. Honorable, so it means we are closing statements, because I had wanted to also take the First Deputy Speaker's statement. You come back. Leader, what is it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, not to add to the superfluity of what has already been put out by the leader of government business. But Mr. Speaker, he makes a profound statement which I believe that even if it will be superfluous, I need to add my voice. Mr. Speaker, he is right.
Okay, honorable
Mr.
leader.
Speaker, I'm just 1 minute. I'm just just to support and encourage our youngsters. Mr. Speaker, please bear with me. Mr. Speaker, he is right that speaking on the floor of this House is a major challenge. I have shared with colleagues my own experience in the early days. Mr. Speaker, you want to rise, but your whole body will be shaking. I recall the source of my name being spelled Markins. I was sitting at the back there. I see the name, but to correct was a problem. Mr. Speaker, to get up and say, Mr. Speaker, the name is not Markins, but it's Markins was a problem. It took these same parliamentary service staff and some seniors to encourage me to have my first bite. And by the grace of God, we are where we are. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore encouraging our first timers. It doesn't matter how many times you make a mistake. It doesn't matter how many times you make a mistake. Get out of your shells. And also avail yourselves to be trained and mentored. If you are a first timer and you see yourself as a master, you won't learn. So make yourselves available, get closer to your seniors and learn. Today, Honorable Dapa has made history. Nobody can take the history away from him. Mr. Speaker, he has delivered his statement with nostalgic competence. Very nostalgic. Nobody can take it away from him. And I know, don't worry, Suhini, you and I know, it's not easy. We should commend him. No, don't let us go with that approach. Let's encourage him. Mr. Speaker, today his constituents, leader, permit me, today his constituents have seen that he is young in face, he is strong in bones. Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. And I want to encourage all from the other side to also come up with, oh, I know you also have the men. Yeah, I know. But let us see your men. Let us see your men. Mr. Speaker, on that score, I want to thank you and commend my colleague whose long-awaited statement has finally been admitted and he has delivered it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's turn to page 3. Page 3. So in line with what the minority leader just said, next week we will revisit the backbenchers week, which is Wednesday, so that we give the backbenchers the opportunity to also do business in the House. So, page 3.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I know that the minister is here to attend upon the House. He cannot use this chamber to hide from his ministry. He's been here since 2 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. He must stay in his ministry. Mr. Speaker, he must spend time to do his ministerial work. You go and pay your contractors. Chase your releases at the finance ministry. Don't be coming here to sit here. Yes, we want you to answer our questions, but fix the roads. Fix the roads. You have not received your releases.
Thank you.
Since we approved the budget, your money has not come. And you come here, go and chase it.
Leader.
You are running away from contractors.
Honorable Minority Leader.
You can't use Parliament to run away from contractors. Mr. Speaker, he can't use Parliament to run away from contractors.
Honorable
Go and pay them. Go and pay them.
Leader, let me take this. Leader, beg you, let me take this. Speaker, I think that
119.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has informed me that since filing the question, he's had opportunity to engage, and so he intends to withdraw, but inadvertently it's been captured on the order paper. So, I have his authority to seek your leave to withdraw the question as advertised.
But, excuse me, is it not the same person that withdrew from asking the question last week?
Yes, there were a chain of questions that he asked. They were similar. So if you recall, earlier this week, or late last week, he withdrew one. So this week, the other one got advertised.
Very well.
So this one will suffer the same fate. Mr.
Very
Speaker.
well. So now let's turn to Honorable Vincent Ekwa Asafua Oltafo. Question 139. Question 139. So, honorable members, hold on. Question 119 is hereby withdrawn. So, table, take note of that. Yes. Honorable Vincent Ekwa Asafua. Question 139.
139. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 88.3 and I rise to ask the Minister for roads and highways, details of the current state of the Sino-Hydro project in Old Tafo constituency, the steps being taken to ensure its completion and when it is expected to be completed. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister, may take the podium.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record, I work 7 hours every day before I come to Parliament. I start work at 7 a.m. For your information, I start work at 7 a.m. daily. So by the time I get here, I've done 7 hours at the ministry before coming here. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Old Tafo is located within Ashanti region. The rehabilitation of roads within Old Tafo and other areas was being executed under the Sino-Hydro Master Project Support Agreement (MPSA) facility signed in this house, approved in this house in 2018 by the government of Ghana and Sino-Hydro Corporation of China to support the infrastructure project in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, current program. The Department of Urban Road awarded the contract titled Construction Rehabilitation of Selected Roads and Interchanges in Ghana, Phase 1, Lot 2, Kumasi Inner City Road, for the rehabilitation of selected roads in beneficiary metropolis and municipalities, including Kumasi, Metro, Mampong, Asokwa, Oforikrom, Efidjuase, Kwadaso, Swame, and Tafo. The contract commenced on the 21st of December 2021 for completion by 2nd June 2024. A total of 5.7 kilometers of road were earmarked for rehabilitation at Old Tafo. 4.3 kilometers of road have drains completed. 1.4 kilometers of roads have outstanding drainage works. 5.7 kilometers of roads have outstanding pavement works outstanding. Physical completion of the work is currently 17%. The contractor is currently not on site. The project stalled due to debt restructuring policies. Steps being taken to get the project resumed. The Ministry of Roads and Highways is working with Ministry of Finance to conclude negotiations with the Chinese commercial loan for resumption of the funding for the project from Sinosure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Asafoje, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister and ask if there can be some timelines or what the people of Old Tafo should be looking out for in terms of when final completion will be done. That's all. Thank you.
Timelines, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when this master agreement came to the House many years ago, those of us who were here, the original agreement said that Sino Hydro would build the roads and we will use proceeds of bauxite to repay them. Unfortunately, because we are unable to mine bauxite, sell, and use the proceeds to repay, the government of the day came back and converted the so-called barter agreement to a loan. And after converting it to a loan, the government failed again in paying the loan. Mr. Speaker, the new government is just 6 months in office. We are working hard to find the necessary steps to make sure that the Sino Hydro related projects are completed. And indeed, some of the projects have since been re-awarded to other contractors who are working on it. As we said, the finance minister is in the process of engaging their counterparts in China to be able to get the issue resolved for the rest of the funds to be made available to complete the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House. We are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. A statement.
The understanding was that after this, we'll take the statement of the first deputy speaker.
Very well. I thought the Minister for Gender is itching to answer the question. Yes, first deputy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on a matter of immense national importance: the role of statistics in evidence-based law and policy making. Mr. Speaker, official statistics are not just numbers. They are a vital component of the information system of any democratic society. They empower governments to make informed decisions, support policy formulation, guide effective resources allocation, and enable the monitoring and evaluation of socio-economic development programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, statistics also assist Parliament in making laws, exercising oversight responsibility, and fulfilling its representative functions. Consider, for example, a national population census data on fertility rates, age structures, and population distribution are essential for determining whether to build schools, hospitals, and roads. Similarly, accurate and timely statistics are critical for tracking our progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and for assessing the impact of national programs such as Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, LEAP, initiatives. Furthermore, statistics serves as a powerful tool for accountability. Parliament relies on timely, credible, and comprehensive data to enact legislations, scrutinize policies, review budgets, and oversee the work of the executive arm of government. Mr. Speaker, statistical systems in many developing countries, including Ghana, are often trapped in a persistent cycle of underutilization, inadequate funding, and poor performance. Approximately 90% of the funding for Ghana Statistical Service, the central statistical and coordinating institution of the national statistical system, comes from donors. This clearly reflects the limited values we as a country place on our national statistical system. The administrative data infrastructure in the country remains undeveloped, with the coordination and information sharing among institutions within the national statistical system still inadequate. Mr. Speaker, despite commendable efforts by the Ghana Statistical Service, GSS, to foster data integration among ministries, departments, and agencies, a vast amount of administrative data and statistics within the MDAs remains inaccessible to the Ghana Statistical Service. This reality compromises the oversight capacity of this House, as administrative data, critical for monitoring government programs, is either lacking or inaccessible. Mr. Speaker, this fragmentation leads to inefficiencies in service delivery, duplicated efforts, and citizens' frustration. Individuals may be registered differently across various platforms. Complication identify, verification, and eligibility checks. The resulting data inconsistencies increase the risk of fraud and hinder effective policy planning. Mr. Speaker, without unified system, national statistics are weakened, data scrutiny is compromised, and the potential for digital transformation and innovation is significantly diminishing. Mr. Speaker, there is an urgent need to invest in Ghana's data system. According to the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development, data, every dollar investment in statistics can yield up to $32 in economic returns through better policy outcomes, improved governance, and smarter program implementation. In recognition of these challenges and opportunities, a high-level parliamentary delegation from Ghana, at the invitation of the UK's Office for National Statistics, ONS, embarked on a study tour to the United Kingdom from the 19th to the 23rd of May 2025. This study visit is part of a broader three-phase initiative that includes pre-engagement, post-visit implementation efforts. The goal is clear: to aim data at the center of Ghana's policy making and legislative process. Mr. Speaker, the delegation comprised members of Parliament, officers of Parliament, and senior officials, including the government statistician from the Ghana Statistical Service. During the tour, we engaged with leading institutions including the UK, Parliament, Cabinet offices, His Majesty's Treasury, the Bank of England, and the Office of the National Statistical in Newport and London. We observed how robust statistical system support sound governance, fiscal policy, and service delivery. The tour reinforced one truth: statistics are not optional, they are a foundational to good governance. Mr. Speaker, based on our observation and lessons learned, we identified key recommendations for both Parliament and the Ghana Statistical Service to enhance the role of data and statistics in policy making and governance. These recommendations are aimed at strengthening Parliament's roles in fostering a data-driven culture and supporting national development through evidence-based policy making. Mr. Speaker, first, it is imperative that Parliament strengthen its partnership with the Ghana Statistical Service by adopting and implementing the Memorandum of Understanding and the data sharing agreement that have been developed. Doing so will ensure that Parliament has timely, secure, and reliable access to relevant data necessary for legislative oversight, informed debate, and sound policy making. Secondly, to effectively utilize such data, we must enhance the data and analytical capacity of members of Parliament and parliamentary service staff. This can be achieved through targeted and continuous training. Building such capacity is not merely a technical requirement, it is essential to improving the quality of debate on the floor of the House, enhancing our oversight responsibilities, and making policies that are grounded in facts. Mr. Speaker, to implement these efforts, we propose that Parliament enact legislation on public sector data sharing models after the United Kingdom's Digital Economy Act of 2017. Such a legislative framework would empower the Ghana Statistical Service to access and utilize administrative data across various sectors for statistical purposes. This, in turn, would improve the quality, coherence, and timeliness of national statistics. We also recommend that Parliament works with the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission to embed data literacy as a graduation requirement in our educational system. In addition, collaboration with the Ghana Civil Service and Public Services Commission is indeed to make data literacy prerequisite for promotion within the public services. This will foster a culture of data use and evidence-informed decision-making through the public sector. Mr. Speaker, for the Ghana Statistical Service, we propose several complementary reforms. The first is to amend the Ghana Statistical Service Act 2019, Act 103, to transform the Ghana Statistical Service into an independent statistical authority with a stronger legal mandate to set national statistical standards, provide oversight, and lead the recruitment and training of statisticians across government institutions. Mr. Speaker, we urge the establishment of a dedicated parliamentary unit within the Ghana Statistical Service. This unit should be staffed with a permanent liaison officer assigned to Parliament to directly support our data needs, strengthen conditions, and facilitate timely response to the House's request for data and analysis. We propose that members of Parliament benefit from regular structured training in data literacy. This should include practical exposures to platforms such as the Ghana Statistical Stat Bank to build our capacity to interpret data, evaluate policies, and make evidence-based legislative decisions. We also encourage members to undertake the International Data Master Classes, an online course designed to enhance their data literacy skills. Mr. Speaker, this engagement was far more than a steady talk. It was strategic investment in Ghana's democratic governance and our collective capacity as legislators. We return with renewed commitment and practical recommendations that, if embraced, can transform the way we use data in policy making and national development. I therefore call on this Honorable House to support the implementation of these recommendations. Let us commit ourselves to building a parliament that is data-informed, a public service that is data literate, and governance system that is truly evidence-driven. Let us make data work for Ghana. I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I'm not going to also allow comments on them. I will invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs to take the podium. Honourable members, bear with me. Look, just look at the other papers. So many questions, and the questions are our own questions. So please bear with me that I'm not allowing any. We still even have other statements to take. So let's turn to page 2, urgent questions. Urgent questions. And the first question stands in the name of Honorable Samuel Bujinapo, member for Damango. Yes, leader.
So, Speaker, the first Deputy Speaker has made a very, very fundamental statement on the floor. And I don't think that such a statement by first Deputy Speaker
should go with that comment.
After he traveled to the UK and Ireland, accompanied by the minority leader and the majority leader for the conference that inspired and the workshop that inspired the statement. Then he comes and makes such a detailed, elaborate, fundamental, far-reaching statement. And there's no commentary. Speaker, I think that we must rethink this your ruling. On that note, I plead that at least one person from each side should, at least, the Speaker is
minded to be magnanimous, he can make it 2-2. But at least one from each side. Because his statement has been so inspiring that the former leader is very excited and wants to make a statement, a comment. So, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, my boss has made a statement and I'm ignoring comment. So I'll allow.
Mr. Speaker, we have Dr. Kabiru and Professor Kingsley Nyako.
No problem.
I'm just giving you the names.
Yes.
So they will.
No problem. And I know the Minister for Education and probably the majority leader. So please, I'm going to be straight on the time. Not more than 5 minutes. Please. Yes. 3 minutes. No.
Mr. Speaker.
I've already said. Yes. Honorable. Yeah, leader. Honorable Minister, let me listen to Honorable Tia first.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will first and foremost thank the Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker Bernard Ahianfor, MP for Kachi, for making this statement. He has broached a topic, Akachi Saf. He has broached a topic of great importance. And his statement is a 360 statement, Mr. Speaker. 360 in the sense that it first highlights the importance of data, goes to underscore the problem with data in Africa and Ghana, and then propose certain measures to addressing that. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying that data is gold, or is the new gold. This is not just a statement, it's not just a metaphor. It is actually underscoring the point that data has far overrun new resources in terms of value and influence. And in the digital first global economy, data is of essence. And Mr. Speaker, there's also another saying that statistics are not just mere numbers. Mr. Speaker, statistics is what makes data intelligible. In other words, numbers in their sense will not make any meaning unless they are reflected in statistics. And that is the point that the Deputy Speaker is drawing our attention, that to do our work, our oversight role effectively, it must be based on evidence. And data utility, Mr. Speaker, is universal. Every single aspect of the economy, every single discipline rely on data. And without data certainty and clarity and even reliability, Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to plan. Mr. Speaker, there is one other thing I would like to draw our attention. The make of the statement drew our attention to the fact that $1 investment in data has a corresponding economic return of $32. This is over 3,000 returns on data investment. Mr. Speaker, gold cannot give us this return. Cocoa cannot give us this return. And in a digital economy, we must prioritize data. And that is the important point we need to highlight. Mr. Speaker, there are best practices we can learn from. That visit is one of the ways we can learn. But I want to draw on the recommendations. And my essence is to highlight the importance of those recommendations. The make of the statement has actually drawn our attention and made some important recommendations. But the importance of those recommendations were left, maybe for the want of time. Mr. Speaker, he recommended that we should implement the Memorandum of Understanding on Data Sharing between the Parliament of Ghana and the Ghana Statistics Service. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this is that it reduces, data sharing reduces the cost of data production. Mr. Speaker, if we were to have a data unit in Parliament responsible for mining data, sharing this data from relevant institutions will reduce the cost of data production in Parliament. And it's an important point we need to note. Mr. Speaker, the second recommendation was to develop analytical capacity of members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, statistics will be a mere number in the hands of a member of Parliament if he cannot interpret that statistic or that number. And without the capacity of members of Parliament to interpret statistics, data will not make any meaning to us. So the capacity of members of Parliament to have the analytical capacity to interpret data is important.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the last point. The maker of the statement also recommended the Data Sharing Act. Mr. Speaker, we need this particular act in order to address the issue of data fragmentation and also to improve the universal utility of data in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank the maker of the statement for this brilliant statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I would endeavor to be very brief, is to comment the first Deputy Speaker for his brilliant statement on the role of statistics in evidence-based policy making. And Mr. Speaker, his statement is very timely, even for me as Minister responsible for education. Around the same time in the United Kingdom, Oxford had just published the GEEAP, which was looking at the use of language as an instruction to improve learning of children at the basic level of education. And Mr. Speaker, the finding, which is evidence-based, suggested that if you taught children in their native local language, they are more likely to do better in reading and literacy than not. So I want to comment him, but just to raise two other issues. Mr. Speaker, the first Deputy Speaker is his own authority in law. My disagreement with him politely would be the Statistical Service. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, the Statistical Service is a creation of the 1992 Constitution in Article 185. There shall be a Statistical Service which shall form part of the public services of Ghana. So if you are suggesting that we now elevate it to an authority, unless of course you are suggesting that we should have an enactment to further pursue the provisions of the Constitution, because it's provided for there that there shall even be the Statistical Service Board. Then, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, even this House will have to benefit from First Deputy Speaker's statement. Mr. Speaker, when we are debating in this House, whether it's State of the Nation or it's the budget, all of us on both sides, how much reference do you make to evidence-based debate? How much research or reference do you make to statistics? There can be a debate on the floor of this House, and you will find 2-3 members even contribute to the budget statement with reference to the Statistical Service and its finding, whether on poverty, or macroeconomic performance, or inflation. All you hear is that inflation is high or is low. No evidence, no pointers to statistics. Road infrastructure, there can be a debate here. We need to know which parts of the country are not doing well statistically in terms of their access to quality road. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the statement of the First Deputy Speaker will be an awakening even for Parliament. As he said, Parliament must make use of reliable evidence data for policy making. What is policy? Policy must respond to a need. To examine a need, you must evaluate a particular problem that you want policy to respond to. For instance, if you want to legislate on maybe there is growing teenage pregnancy in schools, and you want to pass a legislation, we are now being told that the number of girls who get pregnant in school may be 12%. You can only respond with legislation if you appreciate the numbers or the statistics concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of the statement and to encourage Parliament and members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard used to be an authoritative source of reference. We have all contributed in debasing the standard of the Hansard with very frivolous references we make here, that a student cannot quote a member of Parliament and say, on this day, this is what the honorable member said on this matter, and these are statistics we provided. When you were a student in Lagos, you were told, as a political science student, that the parliamentary Hansard is an authoritative source of reference. Today, it may not be so because we do very little research. We debate not with informed evidence base, even on the performance of the economy or our society. With this, Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement.
Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for indulging me to add my voice to the statement on the role of statistics
in evidence-based policy making delivered by the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, my very good friend MP for Kati South and the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this chamber is a political chamber. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must also see this chamber as an academic environment. Because what we do here is watched by almost everybody in the world who has the opportunity of following proceedings. So it is a platform for learning. It's a platform for education. For that matter, our comments, our debates, our contributions must be informed by empirical evidence. That is data. And that is what the Honorable Federal Speaker is talking about. If we want to inform policy positively, then it means that our comments and views and opinions must be grounded not in our opinions, but in facts. Somebody said that opinions are like noses. Everybody has one. But facts are sacrosanct. Our societies are governed and made better by empirical evidence. Nothing more, nothing less. We can have our opinions, but our opinions, the Speaker, with all due respect, our opinions don't matter. Our opinions don't matter. What matters most is the evidence that we have to shape thinking, to shape thoughts, and the way of life in our quest to advancing both society. The Speaker, our able Federal Speaker advised that we should establish dedicated parliamentary unit within the Ghana Statistical Service. The Speaker, we must also strengthen our racial department. We must expand its function and make it more functionable, more effective, where we can go and get more knowledge.
Thank you, Prof.
Oh, why? Mr. Speaker,
just wind up for me.
Mr. Speaker, I want to urge us all, for us to be better parliamentarians, we must be equipped with the skills in research so that we can convince policymakers in order to ensure that our policies are... Mr. Speaker, theories change. That is why we need to constantly update our knowledge, our skills, so that we will be in tune with the realities on the ground. Mr. Speaker, because of time constraint and the pressure for next interference, I beg to yield. Thank you.
Is it the Fiamapo or Afo? Okay.
Speaker, let me commend the First Deputy for this statement. Speaker, indeed, in East Africa, in fact in Kenya, in the National Assembly, there's a whole caucus that recently has been formed on evidence-based approach to legislation. The duty of that caucus is to go back and assess the impact of legislation 5 years after it's enacted, to see the kinds of reforms and amendments that they can bring on board. So it's a new movement in a lot of parliaments now. And it's good. Speaker, we are already doing evidence-based policy formulation and implementation. We may not have termed it so. Indeed, this House, when we are approving the common fund formula, it is based on evidence because we use statistics to determine how much should go to South Dine and how much should go to, for instance, Accra Metro. It's based on the statistics that we have. When we approve the NHIS formula, it's based on the statistics that we have. In the same way, when we approve the other formulas that we do, we use statistics. In setting up health infrastructure, building hospitals, we look at how many patients we project that if we build this hospital, it's expected that this number of patients will patronize it over a period. So it's such a formidable thing to adopt in all parliaments, including Ghana's. Speaker, indeed in 2009, the US Congress actually proceeded to adopt 9 ways of drafting federal legislations that are based on evidence. And it's become a guide for the National Congress in drafting their legislation. So it's a new movement, and I'm happy that leadership got the opportunity to participate in this seminar, and I'm happy that they brought a report back. Going forward, as part of the reforms in our legislations, this will be introduced. So laws are not enacted in vacuum. In imposing tax laws, is based on the numbers, how many people pay taxes. So you don't just formulate a taxation law for the people. You know that if you do that, the number of people who pay taxes will be great. Speaker, in transportation, if you construct a road, we are able to project that if you construct an asphalt road of about 100 kilometers, the number of passengers that will use the road and pay toll will be such that you'll be able to recoup the money spent on it. Building courthouses, the number of cases that will come before the judges will be able to determine and project that. So, Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement once again and pray that leadership essentially will adopt the approach being urged on us in enacting our legislations. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So we will now comfortably turn to questions, urgent questions. Or we should go on with the statement. Very well. So, Honorable Samuel Bujinapo, member for Damango, you may ask your urgent question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs the circumstances that led to the closure of the Ghanaian mission in Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the ranking member for the question. Since I have delivered a comprehensive statement on the matter, I would ask that Hansard should reference the statement I presented. But I'm open to follow-up questions in the interest of time. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Abujanapo, supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring one or two matters to the attention of the Minister and ask a question on it. Mr. Speaker, on June 9th, exactly 9:13 a.m., on the website of the Washington mission, Mr. Speaker, you have Madame Mauli Dick writing and making this point, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, she says, during this important reset and transition period at the embassy in D.C., some immediate interim measures are necessary to improve the customer service. Mr. Speaker, she goes on to talk about how one Professor Satan Nabani applied for a visa to come to Ghana with a group of intellectuals, but because of the breakdown of service delivery at the mission, they were unable to make the trip. Mr. Speaker, you have another Rastoto who said, for example, I quote her, shame on the Ghana embassy in Washington, D.C., and shame on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You disrupt service with no circumscription for it to reflect patrons. And worst of all, you do not reset expected end code. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, what specific measures is he putting in place to improve upon service delivery at the Washington mission? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Ranking Member's follow-up question is extremely important. The matter of responsiveness, engaging clientele timeously, with respect, acknowledging that they have paid for a service, and making sure that customer satisfaction is guaranteed are principles that we cannot compromise on. And Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that the audit team I put together, it was largely because of these incessant reports of backlogs, lack of responsiveness, people will keep calling and nobody is responding to their calls, even though we are paying officials to work in these departments. We all know as a house that we spend over 1 billion Ghana cedis maintaining our 71 diplomatic missions abroad. So there can be no excuse that people who are paid to work, to man telephones, to respond to emails, to carry out consular services, to ensure that our embassies are friendly places that project the image of our country. What we have been telling colleagues is that first impressions really matter. We cannot say that we want to market our country, we want to make Ghana the gateway to Africa, we want to boost tourism. And then the first impression that visa applicants get is a certain nonchalant, a certain, very cavalier attitude, which does not project a good image of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that we are taking very urgent and decisive action to resolve this. The Washington, D.C. mission has become too notorious when it comes to lack of responsiveness, poor customer relations, and just outright bad service which does not augur well for the image of our country. Indeed, by the time we had to shut down the embassy, we had discovered that there was a backlog of over 2,300 visa applications that had just been ignored. And a certain culture of disrespect and disregard for applicants had really become entrenched. I can confirm today, Mr. Speaker, that we have put together a new code of conduct and we have sent a circular to all our embassies that we want all our phones to be reconfigured, and they had up to the 15th of July to comply. Some have already complied, like our UK mission, where we want simultaneously multiple calls can come through and be picked by different staff at the same time to deal with this matter of people waiting on end and not being attended to. We have also requested that every week a report should be submitted. We want to know how many people called in and how many of those calls were picked. We have also put in a mechanism where with the service providers, we can directly assess how many calls came through, how those calls were picked, and then most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have also introduced a new system where all calls to our diplomatic missions are being recorded for review by management, so that the reports of discourteousness, disrespect, people being rude, all of this will be subject to review, so that if we discover that a particular foreign service officer has been rude, has been discourteous, has been bad-mannered, then the sanctions will apply, because the foreign service regulations do not condone that kind of attitude, and there are clear sanctions that should be applied for those who engage in that unworthy conduct. So, Mr. Speaker, we are putting in place far-reaching reforms, and we believe that with the support of this House and the hardworking members of the Foreign Affairs Committee supporting us, we can really deal with this matter once and for all. But, Mr. Speaker, having been offered the opportunity, please permit me to take full responsibility. I would want to render an unqualified apology to all applicants to embassies across the world who feel so frustrated, who feel let down. We want them to know that we are still the very hospitable people we are. Ghanaians are celebrated globally for our quintessential warmth and welcoming attitude. A few bad nuts want to tarnish that image, but they will not be allowed to tarnish our golden image. But as minister, I take full responsibility, and we are working assiduously to make sure that these reports of bad treatment, lack of responsiveness, disrespect, and just outright disregard for the dignity of applicants, because people have many countries to go to. It should be an honor to us that they choose our country and that they want to visit us. The least we can do is to treat them with respect. So, Mr. Speaker, I take full responsibility, and we are putting in place the measures, very far-reaching measures, that will resolve these matters once and for all. I don't think that these are matters that we should be defensive or we should be partisan about. We should just be interested in the solutions. And let me also use this opportunity to commend Foreign Service officials who work hard. I recall that recently when I met a Ghanaian committee in Madrid, Spain, they very exceptionally highlighted the good services of our Foreign Service officials in Spain. They said Ambassador Apiasam and her team are doing so well. They are so responsive. They are so welcoming. They are so professional. And they wanted the minister to know about it. So it's not an all-out, if you like, bad conduct that is across the board. It's just a few people who really are not living up to the high standards of the Foreign Service of Ghana. But I know that with the efforts we are making, we shall weed out those bad nuts and resolve these matters once and for all. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, if I may plead with you. Your answers should be short. It's just a plea. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the assurances he's given. Mr. Speaker, the second supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a letter dated 26 May 2025 under the hand of Madame Divina A. Seneju, Miss, who is the Director of Administration at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the letter sets out a wholesale transfer and movement of Foreign Service officials, beginning with Branch A officers to Branch B officers, all the way to Branch C officers. Mr. Speaker, and the indication that I've received is that this is quite unprecedented, and the manner or the extensiveness of this transfer is something which is never probably seen before in our fourth Republican dispensation. Mr. Speaker, the minister also in his statement, which is relied on, mentioned Her Excellency Hajia Alima Mahama, who is a former member of this House, former cabinet minister, a very distinguished public servant who was our ambassador to Washington. And the suggestion that has been made is also how this whole matter is being handled, and the references made to her seem to cast some unfair aspersions at her personal integrity. This week, at the combined effect of these two points, it's giving us a report. I stand to be corrected, but this is the report I have, that there is a breakdown of morale in the Foreign Service of our country. I'm sure the minister himself will be very concerned about that if it was the case.
And the question to the minister is, what measures is he putting in place to position Ghana's foreign service as a non-partisan, above board foreign service as it is in many developed countries and as it should be? What measures is he putting in place to position Ghana's foreign service as a non-partisan service which will have officials who have high morale and who are prepared to sacrifice for our country, because these foreign service officials, Mr. Speaker, go through a whole lot. They travel across the world. They do a lot to serve our country. Will the minister tell the House what concrete measures he intends to put in place to boost morale in the foreign service of our country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Minister, honorable members, the questions, let's try to be. Honorable member, will you allow me, please? Honorable members, please. So I'm pleading with you as well, those who are going to ask questions. Please, let's be straightforward with our questions, because we have so many. If we are going to go the pace we are going,
Mr. Speaker,
then we may leave here around 10.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully guided. But Mr. Speaker, my good friend Honorable Ablakwa, he was very comfortable when he was here. Mr. Speaker, you can tell.
No. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can see that the ranking member is really prepared for me today. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the ranking member for his industry. I'm glad that he has obtained the posting circular. It's not transfer, it's postings. And I instructed that the postings for 2025, this year's postings, should be done transparently. So this is how we started. We set up a committee chaired by the chief director. I was not involved. The director of finance, director legal, director admin, and we had reps from the various B service, A service, represented in the committee. It was very open, very transparent. For those who don't understand the workings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, every 4 years, we post officers, foreign service officers, every 4 years, typically. And there is a precedence list which is followed, and it is done in a very transparent manner. The committee presented its report, and before the report was presented, they even allowed the foreign service staff to indicate if they were available to be posted or not. And they did a great job. They even considered humane circumstances, like some of our females who have just given birth, those who may have children who require special needs. They didn't want to post them to countries where they would not receive that kind of specialization for their children. So it was really humane, very, thoroughly done in a fair, objective manner. And I asked that the report should be circulated, placed on our platforms, put in the file, so that everybody will see what has happened. And that is why I'm sure that you were able to obtain a copy of the postings list. So far, it's been well received. There are a few petitions that have come, which is really, I would say, normal about these processes. And what I have done is that every petition received, I have invited them, listened to them, invited management to justify why they carried out what they did. And so far, all the petitioners have understood, the few petitioners have understood that this has been done objectively above board. There was no special interest. Nobody has been discriminated against. So it's been done very, very professionally. And I thought that the ranking member will have even given me credit that when I took over the ministry, I came under pressure that a few days to election, there had been recruitment of about 100 people and that they should be fired and all of that. I said that no, I will review the process. And when I reviewed the process, I noticed that they had financial clearance from the Minister for Finance at the time, the former minister, and that the processes had started before the elections. And I have kept everybody. Nobody has been dismissed. And I must be fair to the honorable minority leader. He has at least the record of this house. I was aware when I received calls that for the first time the minority leader is praising me for being very fair-handed and very objective. So I want to assure you that morale at the foreign service of our country is at an all-time high. I can give you a tall list of other things I'm doing. I'm restoring the duty waiver on their vehicles so that when they are returning from postings, they can have their vehicles without paying duties on those vehicles.
Honorable
we are
Minister.
purchasing buses. I'm concluding. We are purchasing 6 buses. When I met the staff on the 10th of February, my first day in office, the staff told me about their difficulties and challenges with transportation. And I made sure that in the 2025 budget, we made an allocation for 6 buses, which we are procuring for our junior staff to be ferrying them. We are also making arrangements for their housing and all of that. So there's a lot we are doing to really take good care of our staff. Those who ask for extension, even whilst they are on posting, medical support, funeral support for their spouses, loved ones. We are taking care of all of those needs. So I like to be an empathetic leader, a humane leader, and I can assure the ranking member that we will not do anything to lower the morale of our very dynamic and hardworking staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, it's okay. Let me give the opportunity to somebody else.
3 questions. 3. I'm 33. Mr. Speaker, the final question. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, but before I ask the final question, let Hansard capture my high commendation of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and praise for this step he took in ensuring that Ghanaians who were recruited before he came to office were not dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I hope his friend, the communication minister, will take some notes from him. And when he gets to cabinet, he should make a case to the president so that the chief of staff will draw the directive to dismiss Ghanaians across board. Well done, Minister. Mr. Speaker, the final question. Mr. Speaker, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961, sets out copiously the steps which should be taken before a mission is closed down. Mr. Speaker, further, the United States State Department, Mr. Speaker, on 24th April 2025, issued a circular to all missions under the hand of the Secretary of State, where again, if you go to item 10, Mr. Speaker, they set out again copiously what the government of the United States requires for before a mission will be closed down. My question to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, what steps, as it relates to the Vienna Convention and to this circular, which I'm happy to share with the Minister, did the Minister take before closing down our mission in Washington? And is the closure related in any form or shape to the threat issued by the Trump administration to possibly ban Ghanaian citizens from traveling to the United States? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are all conversant with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of 1961. And we need to do a distinction between leaving a country permanently, where the accreditation that you have been given, you no longer have use of it. So you are withdrawing permanently from the country. And then temporal closures, which is not a permanent withdrawal where your accreditation is still valid. What we did, there's a clear distinction. It was just a temporal closure of our Washington mission because we needed to carry out systemic overhauls. I mean, the rot was just too much. It had become a cesspit, that, as we have discussed earlier, we all are not proud of what was happening at the Washington mission. So in that case, it's just similar to very akin to what happened during COVID, where embassies temporarily shut down, they were working from home, only skeletal staff. Even as we speak, we've had to close our mission in Tehran because of what is happening between Israel and Iran. In Israel as well, the Israeli foreign minister has urged governments to ask their staff, the foreign mission staff, to stay at home. So if you go to Tel Aviv today, our embassy is not open, but it doesn't mean we have withdrawn from the country. So there's a distinction, and I just want to clarify that. Let me also say that this action was just primarily and solely, fundamentally, because of the rot which we have uncovered. It had nothing to do with the so-called, and I have to really assure the nation, a lot of reports about some looming ban on Ghanaians that we will not be able to travel to the States, we are going to be banned and all of that. Let me state, this is a house of record, that Ghana has not been officially notified that we are going to be placed on any prohibition list or on any ban where our citizens cannot travel to the United States. At this point, all of that is speculation. But as a proactive minister, I can assure honorable members that we are having high-level engagements. I have asked that we want to be assured that those leaks, because according to the US media, those were leaks that they intercepted, internal memos. We want to be assured that there's really no merit. And so far, I can tell the people of Ghana that there is no cause for alarm. That is what we are receiving from our partners in Washington. So I think that we will be fine, and we will continue to have very great and cordial relations with the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we turn to question B. No. I'll give leader the opportunity. I'm not giving. Leader, I have so many questions to deal with today. So,
maybe if you can give him just one supplementary.
Leader,
I will yield. Then I will yield.
We have similar questions relating to almost the same issues.
Very well.
So,
Mr. Speaker, I have seen the minister's answer as contained in his statement. I am concerned about the foreign service staff. As we all know, when they move out on a mission, they move with their family, spouse, children who are in school. Reading the response, it appears to me that the key person in this whole matter has been mentioned in name. And the minister does not specifically mention that certain other foreign service staff were directly involved. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I won't take away from him his administrative supervisory mandate that if something is wrong, he wants to take certain decisions. Those ones, they come as a matter of course that you want to take a certain action. I'm not going into that path. I am saying that having taken that decision, which affects individuals who knew that, well, they were on a mission, they are left with 3 years, 2 years, 4 years, and their kids are in school. What mitigating measures are in place to address some of the very expected concerns. Because if a child is in school and you are, by this order, pack and go back to Ghana, I know in this house, across the aisle, family members who are affected by this. Not, I've been talking to colleagues who are even on your own side, who may not have had the opportunity to come to you, but whose siblings, whose cousins, whose relations are worried because children are now stuck. They don't know what they're doing. At the risk of saying that the measures taken were rather too harsh, would you share with us how you are mitigating this?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has asked a very important question. And let me state ab initio that all of us in the Foreign Service, we know that our circumstances can change at any time. Indeed, if you look at the posting letters that the Foreign Service officials receive, they are told in very clear language that they can be recalled or they can be cross-posted at any point in time. So there is a certain psychological preparedness that these things can happen. Having said that, I am not one to carry out these measures without a human face, as we call it. When the instruction for recall was issued, I received a number of petitions on humanitarian grounds. There was one Foreign Service official who had been involved in a fire accident, had gone to buy fuel from a oil station some years back. And it's a miracle she survived. So she's receiving care in the United States, has gone through 13 surgeries. I'm sure that the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Aprechi, knows her very well. When her petition came to my attention, immediately I said she should be, on humanitarian grounds, she should stay because she even has outstanding surgeries, 8 more surgeries. I mean, I would not want, because of the action of somebody. And it was clear to me that she was not anywhere close to what Kwarteng and his collaborators were doing. Then there is also another confidential secretary who petitioned. She is almost 9 months pregnant. And you don't want a pregnant lady being compelled to travel, by air, that distance, about 13 hours. So again, the internal committee we set up, finding out that she was not close, we have exempted her, so she is staying. So this is just a practical way of explaining that we are implementing this with a human face so that the Foreign Service officials don't think that, we are just out to get them or we want to, if you like, be draconian. That is not what is at play. In the case of children, spouses, and all of that, we are looking at these matters on a case-by-case basis. But as I pointed out earlier, the evidence is overwhelming. The management team that carried out this evidence, this investigation, has concluded that there is no way Fred Kwarteng could have done what he did all these years alone, as a lone wolf. There's absolutely no way. There's evidence. They talk about the welfare fund, which they made Fred Kwarteng to be transferring money. And it's all in the report. We'll make the report available, the welfare fund that they were benefiting from, and those who allowed him to be carrying passports out and all of that. So, if we delve into, I've been quite measured not to mention names and people's complicity and all of that. But I'm sure that when you read the IOCO report, there's an internal report, but we've also invited IOCO. we've invited IOCO to carry out more forensic investigations. So let me just assure you, leader, that we are balancing between the need to be ruthless in fighting corruption, conflict of interest, naked abuse of office, and also doing it with a human face so that vulnerable people are not disadvantaged. So it's a delicate balance which we are conscious of.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Foreign Minister, in his statement, which he requested same to be adopted as his answer to question 6A, makes reference to the report. In fact, he says the report he commissioned is attached. Since this is a house of records, he indicated that it's attached. In his response, he said he will bring it. I just want to confirm whether he has the report, the team, the audit team. In your statement, you make reference to the report that which is hereby attached. But what is in distribution, what was distributed to us does not have the report. So may we have a copy table? Yes. Pardon? Yes, what I'm saying, he said he would attach, but he didn't table it. So I want him. Yes, but what I'm saying is that this is very important. So if he can table it now, because it's something that he referred to in his statement that the report is hereby attached. It is his words. So if he can table them, it becomes part of the records of the House, then we can rely on to do further deliberations. But Mr. Speaker, whilst he takes his time to look for the report. Yes, I needed this copy for. You have it there? Okay. Mr. Speaker, may he do the formal tabling, then I take a copy. I want to make reference to something in it. So if you can table it formally, then the translators can make it available.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader is the Honorable Minority Leader. Yeah, that's what I said. The Honorable Minority Leader. The Honorable Minority Leader is clearly misconstruing paragraph 7. If you pay attention to paragraph 7, I speak of the query, the 2019 query. So paragraph 7, I was referring to the query. I say I have here a copy of the 2019 query, which I'm able to present to this House. And I have a copy. I did even read the query. So I am happy to lay it. So it's the query I was referring to, not the report. But I'm also happy to make the report available to you later. Yeah, because I don't have that here. But paragraph 7 was about the query.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite curious in the sense that the mainstay of the action was founded on the outcome of the audit. I would have thought that the minister would have fortified himself without a demand from this House. But, Mr. Speaker, he's a man who is representing us in that space and would respect his promise to make that report available to us. So I would not belabor. Now, Honorable Minister, you have used that principle of collective liability to take a decision that innocent people are also being affected. And you refer to this general clause we find in contracts, that termination clauses, but the tests, there is always a test to the triggering of these clauses. I agree with you that, yes, when you are posted, there is a provision that you can be recalled, reposted, and all. But there is a test to it. It must be within reasonable contemplation, not on matters suddenly arising. You know, you talked about human face to solving the problem. I may want you to pursue that rather forcefully, because there is really an overwhelming outcry, lamentation that, you know, has come to my attention. And I would want you to continue to pursue, to see how you can solve that problem for our compatriots who are there. That said, may you tell us, in the report you received, was there any aspect that specifically, without any equivocation, without ambiguity, point to the fact that the embassy officials, as well as the head of the mission, became aware that the company that was contracted belonged to the gentleman you referred to in your report? Was there any such specific evidence to that effect?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the simple answer is yes. The committee discovered that there were some officials at the embassy who knew that GTC belonged to Mr. Fred Kwarteng.
Mr. Speaker, I say that for us in the political space, the only asset we have is our reputation. I'm happy to hear that the Honorable Minister says that some staff were aware. But I want some clarity. These staff who were aware, were they at a level of decision making? Or they were staff at the embassy who were not part of the decision-making process of awarding the contract? Because, like the Honorable Jinapo said, the respected ambassador who has ended her service to the nation far away in America, served as a member of parliament, a respected lawyer, a government minister, who ended her career as a political diplomat. I must admit that you have not mentioned her directly in your response. That I concede. But I want you to clarify whether those who came under your radar as having knowledge of the company were part of decision making.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the report indicates clearly that there were some in management and some lower on the food chain who knew about it. And they will even help him cut the passports to his office 40 minutes away from the mission. And as I said, that explosive report, which will be of interesting reading, will be made available. Will be made available to this House.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking any more questions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that when we finally get the report, we can interrogate the issues. So I'll rest my case pending the tabling of the report. The minister indicates how soon.
Thank you. Let's turn to question B.
Speaker, I said, may the minister indicate how soon, based on his own, because he can't have it readily with us. He says he has it.
Yes, Honorable
So,
Minister.
because he's busy. Say it
Yes,
for the
Honorable
records.
Minister.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to present the report as early as tomorrow. We have cabinet, yes, we have cabinet tomorrow, but after cabinet, I would be here to present the report.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We turn to question B. I'm reading the mood of the House. So, we turn to question B. Honorable Rorita Koko Asante, Atiwa West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Foreign Minister the outcome of the meeting between the Ministry and the Ambassador to the United States of America regarding the 10% tariff. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, let me commend the Honourable Koko Asante for her question, and I'm pleased to present to this August House the key outcomes of the bilateral engagement between the Government of Ghana and the United States of America concerning the 10% tariff imposed on Ghanaian exports following my invitation to the U.S. Ambassador. I can confirm that on 7th April 2025, I, together with the Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the Honorable Samson Ahi, and technocrats of both ministries, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Trade, met with Her Excellency Virginia E. Palmer, the United States Ambassador to Ghana, to address Ghana's concerns regarding the economic impact of the tariff and explore possible mitigation strategies. Mr. Speaker, Ghana and the USA enjoy over 60 years of robust bilateral relationship built on trade, investment, security cooperation, and diplomatic exchanges. Over the past decade, Ghana has emerged as a key trading partner for the USA, with exports exceeding $1.2 billion in 2024, spanning critical sectors such as cocoa, apparel, agro-processing, timber, and manufactured goods, and remains one of the top destinations for U.S. foreign direct investment. In sub-Saharan Africa, attracting approximately $5 billion in investment across agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and tourism between 1994 and 2024. However, on 2nd April 2025, the U.S. government, under an executive order invoking the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, imposed a 10% blanket tariff on imports from 57 countries, including Ghana, on key export sectors, particularly cocoa, timber, agro-processing, and apparel, citing potential foreign exchange losses, job reductions, and economic strain on exporters. This policy, aimed at reducing trade deficits and boosting domestic manufacturing, is expected to significantly disrupt Ghana's trade flow with the United States of America. As a World Trade Organization member, Ghana is committed to fair and transparent trade practices and views the blanket tariff as a potential violation of the most favored nation principle under GATT, Article 1, which requires equal and non-discriminatory tariff treatment among WTO members. Our engagement sought to clarify the tariff's implications and advocate for Ghana's interests. The key outcomes of the engagement. Right Honourable Speaker, following deliberations with Ambassador Palmer, the ambassador clarified as follows, that the 10% tariff imposition exempts some products such as oil and gas and energy-related products that Ghana exports to the United States. The following outcomes emerged. Negotiations for cocoa and cocoa derivative exemptions. Ghana raised serious concerns over the adverse impact of the tariff on cocoa exports, a sector that contributes significantly to Ghana's economy. The U.S. ambassador acknowledged Ghana's concerns and cited trade deficits of $240 million with Ghana and the broader trade imbalances as a rationale for the tariff. The meeting discussed the possible exemption of other sectors such as cocoa and its derivatives, such as cocoa butter, paste, powder, and garments. The government of Ghana will pursue follow-up high-level diplomatic engagements in Washington, D.C. to formalize discussions on this exemption, which could protect a significant portion of Ghana's exports from additional costs. The impact on AGOA. The Africa Growth and Opportunity Act benefits about 6,700 products to the U.S. market. And we do that duty-free access. We raise concerns about the tariffs undermining effects on AGOA. The ambassador confirmed that AGOA remains in force, but Ghanaian products under AGOA will still be subjected to the 10% tariff. Ghana expressed strong reservations about the erosion of AGOA's trade advantages and reaffirmed its commitment to advocating for AGOA's renewal beyond its scheduled expiration on September 30, 2025. The U.S. side also raised concerns about their businesses in Ghana, and some of the concerns were about a 15% VAT on imported automobiles. They also cited a mining sector procurement regulatory amendment, which was effected on the 6th of January 2025, tariff preferences on agricultural exports. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. expressed interest in exploring a free trade agreement with Ghana, similar to Ghana's existing trade partnership with the European Union and the United Kingdom, under the Ghana-EU Economic Partnership Agreement and the Ghana-UK Trade Partnership Agreement, respectively. A structured trade agreement could potentially replace AGOA benefits and establish a reciprocal tariff regime, ensuring long-term stability in Ghana-US trade relations. Ghana will assess the feasibility of this proposal, potentially through a line-by-line tariff review that aligns with its commitments under the WTO and regional integration frameworks, such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, in consultations with key stakeholders and industry players, ensuring it aligns with national trade objectives. Further commitments. Ambassador Palmer reaffirmed her dedication to preserving Ghana-US relations despite the 10% tariff imposition. Her commitments include high-level advocacy in Washington, D.C., expanded stakeholder engagement, and then sustained bilateral cooperation. Ghana's policy response. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, Ghana remains committed to proactive diplomatic engagements to address the challenges posed by the new tariff regime. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, in consultation with His Excellency the President of the Republic, jointly issued a press release on Monday, 7th April 2025, to reassure stakeholders of government's commitment to dialogue with the USA to improve their trade relations. Stakeholder engagement with all key stakeholders, including industry players, trade associations, exporters, and academia, was held on Thursday, 10th April 2025, at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, which concluded with a suggestion that the government should ease the cost of doing business and explore alternative markets to export Ghanaian products. Among others, our approach moving forward includes strengthening our trade diversification through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area framework. To mitigate the impact of a 10% tariff and strengthen economic resilience, Ghana will accelerate efforts to expand its trade engagement under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, ensuring reduced dependency on U.S. exports and creating new markets for Ghanaian products within Africa. This strategic approach aims to expand intra-Africa trade, promote regional market access, bolster local production and export capacity, and strengthen economic resilience. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that a lot of these initiatives have begun in earnest, and we are pursuing this diversification and also signing agreements with other markets and other countries so that the impact of this 10% tariff is really not felt by the Ghanaian people. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Ghana remains committed to preserving its trade interests and fostering strong economic ties with the United States. Through strategic diplomatic engagement, bilateral negotiations, and proactive trade diversification, we seek to mitigate the impact of the 10% tariff and ensure a resilient, competitive trade environment for Ghanaian exporters. I assure this House that government will continue with its engagement with the U.S. to secure favorable trade agreements, protect Ghana's economic priorities, and reinforce our position in global commerce. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Koko, pardon me, I'll give you only one supplementary question. Don't fight
Mr.
with
Speaker,
me.
I believe I'm entitled to 3 supplementary questions.
Let's
so
hear
the
you.
minister will indulge me. Okay, I'll ask one. Honorable Minister, can you clarify? I think I heard you mention that when you had the meeting with the ambassador to the United States, they countered that we have a VAT, and so did you present any counter proposal to them or offer, or have you taken any steps to reduce for a reduction or even a waiver? Because I know some countries have been exempted. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a very important supplementary question about measures to mitigate. And Mr. Speaker, we have decided that we will go into a special trade agreement with the United States of America. And I can confirm to you that only last week, the trade minister led a delegation to begin talks with the United States because they have demonstrated that they are open to signing separate bilateral agreements. The United Kingdom has just concluded one, which both countries are describing as a win-win agreement. So we are also taking full advantage of that opportunity. And those discussions have only just begun last week. So I can make a commitment to be regularly updating the House and the Honorable Member on the progress made. And I also will assure the nation that when we conclude those negotiations, we'll certainly make public the outcome. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It's okay. Or you want, I can give you one more slot if you. Thank you. Honorable members, at your pleasure, can we continue with his normal questions before we come to Honorable West and Housing Minister? Okay. So, Honorable Patrick Boama, you will take the normal question 77.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Foreign Minister, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the cost structure and the pricing of an ordinary Ghanaian passport.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me commend the distinguished Patrick Boama for his question. And to state that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to address this Honourable House to provide clarity on the cost structure underpinning the production and issuance of a standard passport booklet. This is in line with our commitment to transparency and sound financial governance in the delivery of essential public services. The total cost incurred in producing a single standard passport booklet currently stands at $18.54, so $18 and some 54 cents, equivalent to 278 Ghana cedis, 10 pesos, using an exchange rate of 1 United States dollar to 15 Ghana cedis. That's at the time the agreement was signed with BTS. That was the exchange rate used. It was 1:15. This total cost is comprised of 2 key components. The cost of the passport booklet, and this refers to the physical production of the secure booklet, including specialized printing and embedded security features. The unit cost for the booklet is $11, which translates to 165 Ghana cedis at the time when it was 1:15. The operational cost per unit, this amounts to 7.54 United States dollars or 113 Ghana cedis. and includes a range of essential services required for passport issuance. These are maintenance of biometric and IT infrastructure, courier services for document delivery, which we introduced recently, printing, and the personnel cost. So when you put the cost build up together, we have a total of 278 Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.54 United States dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, although the underlying dollar-denominated costs remain constant, the recent appreciation of the Ghana cedi from 15 Ghana cedi to approximately 11 Ghana cedis to the US dollar has led to a significant reduction in the cedi equivalent cost of producing each passport. This favorable exchange rate movement has created fiscal space, resulting in savings in our local currency terms. In line with our prudent financial management practices, these savings will not go unused. Instead, they will be strategically reinvested to improve and expand the delivery of passport services across the country. A portion of the realized gains will be directed towards courier services as part of our ongoing reforms, thereby enhancing the efficiency and reliability of passport delivery, particularly for applicants outside major urban centers. I'm therefore delighted to confirm that the Mahama administration remains committed to its pledge of reducing the passport fees from 500 Ghana cedis to 350 Ghana cedis for the 32-page booklet. It will be recalled that the previous administration last year carried out a 400% increment in passport application fees, which was not well received by the Ghanaian public and led to a considerable decrease in the patronage of passport services. A new fees and charges amendment will soon be presented to this August House to approve the policy on the reduction from 500 Ghana cedis to 350 Ghana cedis. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your elaborate answer. I'm satisfied, especially with the concluding part of your answer with regards to the fact that you'll be coming to our committee the fees and charges. That led to my filing of this question. So I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I wish every owner of the question would just do what Honorable Patrick Boama has done after the main question and probably one more supplementary question. So we will turn to question 102, which stands in the name of Abu Janapo. Is he okay? Deputy Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on order 88.3 to ask a question for Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs the response of the Ministry to the foreign policy of the United States of America under President Donald Trump, but particularly the withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to this question. Right Honourable Speaker, since the re-emergence of President Donald Trump as President of the United States in January 2025, the world has witnessed various foreign policy shifts from his government. In accordance with his campaign promise of placing America first, these policy shifts have ushered in significant political and legal shifts, impacting both domestic policies and international relations. On the international front, President Trump's return to power has led to shifts in U.S. global engagement. While he has expressed reluctance to start new wars, he has indicated a focus on tariffs and economic nationalism. His administration is expected to continue his previous foreign policy strategies, including strengthening alliances under transactional terms and pushing for less reliance on multilateral agreements. While some of these new policies are still unfolding, others are yet to be accompanied by official documents that will allow for detailed studies and appropriate reactions. One of these key policy shifts under the Trump administration has been the withdrawal of the United States from the Paris Agreement. Since assuming office in January, the Trump administration has focused on adoption of hardline positions on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the Ukraine war, suspension of international aid to USAID, and withdrawal of the United States from multilateral arrangements, including the WHO, reinstating stricter immigration policies, including mass deportation, pushing tax cuts and deregulation to stimulate the economy, that is the imposition of trade tariffs, attempting to roll back the Biden-era climate and social policies. Right Honourable Speaker, the Paris Agreement was adopted on 12 December 2015 during the 21st Conference of the Parties, COP21, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. It is a landmark international accord aimed at strengthening global response to climate change. It seeks to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions as a means of limiting global temperature rise during this century to well below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels, while pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The agreement, therefore, includes commitments from all the major emitting countries to cut their climate pollution and to strengthen those commitments over time. The agreement also provides an avenue for developed countries to assist developing countries in their climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. It has made provisions for transparent monitoring and reporting, as well as getting countries to live up to their individual and collective climate goals. The Paris Agreement has underpinned international climate action for nearly a decade. The goals and strategies it set out are critical to maintaining a stable climate, which is the foundation of successful societies and economies. As of this year, 2025, a total of 197 countries have endorsed the agreement, which came into force on 4th November 2016. Right Honourable Speaker, the Paris Agreement was negotiated with the United States, a major stakeholder in the global climate change discourse, firmly in mind. The United States formally joined the Paris Agreement in September 2016. However, upon assuming office in his first tenure, President Donald Trump in June 2017 announced the withdrawal of the United States from the agreement. But in accordance with the provisions of the agreement, the withdrawal took effect on 4th November 2020, a day after the US presidential elections. On 19 February 2021, the United States, under the then newly elected President Joe Biden, rejoined the Paris Agreement. But as we all know, President Donald Trump, in his second term, has once again announced the withdrawal of the United States from the agreement. It's become quite of a ping-pong. Right Honourable Speaker, the Paris Agreement stipulates that any nation's withdrawal takes effect 1 year after an official notice has been submitted to the Secretary General of the United Nations. In the case of the United States, therefore, the earliest effective date of official withdrawal from the agreement will be sometime in January 2026. After that date, the country will no longer be bound by any obligations under the agreement. Ghana's position and response to the US withdrawal. Mr. Speaker, while the government of Ghana finds the decision of the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement regrettable, it acknowledges and respects the sovereign rights of the country to join or withdraw from any multilateral arrangement in line with its policy priorities. The government of Ghana would have wished that the United States remain in the Paris Agreement. This is because the United States is an important player in the global climate change discourse. Given its size, industrial base, and global influence, the decision, when it comes into effect in January next year, will make it significantly more difficult to achieve the ambitions of emissions reduction across the world. This decision also has the propensity to disturbingly garner support in other countries, and in the process, undermine the global consensus that has been built around the Paris Agreement over the past decade. This could weaken the existing multilateral climate platform. As a result, one of the immediate responses of the government of Ghana to the announcement of withdrawal by the United States from the Paris Agreement is to utilize every opportunity at both bilateral and multilateral fora to appeal to the US government to reconsider its decision. Working with the larger international community, we hope to continue to engage the United States on the matter and to highlight the direct impacts of the changing climate on our world. from storm surges to heat waves, melting glaciers, and massive crop failures. In diplomacy, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget the power of persuasion as a tool for change, no matter how grim a situation may look. Mr. Speaker, if history is to serve as a guide, we can be hopeful that even if our persuasion fails and the withdrawal from the Paris Agreement goes into effect in January 2026, the United States could in future rejoin the agreement under a different president. The country rejoined the Paris Agreement in February 2021, right after the election of President Joe Biden, and there is no reason to doubt that under a different dispensation, the United States may not consider returning to the multilateral arena. Besides, it is important to point out that the 21st January 2025 executive order of President Trump does not withdraw the United States from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, which is a treaty established in 1992 to oversee the international climate negotiation process. As a result, the United States retains its right to vote in the Conference of Parties, as well as its reporting obligations under the UNFCCC after it has exited the Paris Agreement in 2026. This means that there is still some avenue, although limited, for the United States to remain engaged on climate change. On its part, the government of Ghana will continue to fulfill its obligations under the Paris Agreement and to support global initiatives to promote climate change agenda. Platforms such as the BRICS Summit under the Brazilian presidency in July and the G20 Summit under South Africa's presidency in November could serve as useful avenues to push the agenda of encouraging other major carbon emitters to remain committed to climate action and to increase their national pledges. In other words, over 190 countries representing approximately 90% of global emissions that have not withdrawn from the Paris Agreement need to be fully engaged to remain committed to the cause. Ghana will also deepen her engagement with like-minded countries, regional blocs, and international organizations such as the European Union, the Africa Union, and the Climate Vulnerable Forum, whose secretariat is based here in Accra, to continue to champion efforts to achieve the climate change targets. These partnerships would help to sustain progress towards Ghana's own climate goals and unlock new avenues for cooperation and support. Right Honourable Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has shown visionary leadership through the appointment of Honourable Isifu Seidu as Ghana's first ever Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. This appointment will see the minister lead efforts in shaping and implementing policies that align with Ghana's development goals, while ensuring strict adherence to the country's obligations to the global climate change agenda. By establishing a dedicated Ministry for Climate Change and Sustainability, Ghana is positioning herself as a leading voice in shaping continental and global discussions on the subject. This will also allow Ghana to focus particular attention on how to access international climate finance mechanisms, such as the Green Climate Fund, Loss and Damage Fund, and Adaptation Fund for Development, while fostering public-private partnerships to fund sustainability projects. Right Honourable Speaker, to conclude, Ghana's foreign policy approach to global climate governance has remained consistent, resilient, and forward-looking. The country continues to champion climate action, sustainable development, and multilateral cooperation, regardless of the political shifts by key global players like the United States. Ghana will therefore continue to collaborate with all partners committed to the Paris Agreement to ensure a climate-secure future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Safaja, are you not tired? Okay, let me give you one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only seek to ask that Ghana and US are members of the Forest Climate Leadership Platform. In fact, we both co-chair, and then there is a plan to end forest loss and land degradation. I want to ask that the US having pulled from this Paris Agreement, what would the minister do to ensure that that project, the land loss and the forest degradation, will still continue, or what would the minister do to get them to do that? That's all. Thank you, Mr.
Well, Honorable Minister, but before you answer, Honorable members, we spent 5 hours, more than 5 hours in the chamber, and per our standing orders, I should seek your indulgence to continue or allow the House to continue sitting. So we will continue sitting beyond 5 hours. So, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the Honorable Asafweje that we will continue to engage with the United States at that forum. As I pointed out in my response, the United States, fortunately, has not withdrawn from the UNFCCC, which came into force in 1992. So we continue to collaborate through that framework, and we are confident that the objectives that we have set can continue to be pursued at a bilateral level. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Question 128, the owner is not here. Swaman. Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under Order 88.3. I have the authority of the Honourable Member to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs to provide a timeline for establishing passport offices in the remaining 6 regions that currently do not have them, in line with the government commitment to expanding passport application centers.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Short.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Honourable Member for this very important question. And right, Honourable Speaker, as part of efforts to decentralize passport delivery and ensure equitable access to passport services, the Ministry plans to establish passport application centers in the 6 regions that were newly created that do not have passport application centers. They are the Savannah region, Bono East region, Ahafo region, Oti region, Western North region, and the Northeast region. And Mr. Speaker, we have adopted this strategy because we do not have the funding now for permanent structures. What we are doing is to have the first phase, which is to establish the temporary offices. So we are collaborating with the regional coordinating councils to establish the offices, including one in the Upper East region in Bolga. They do not have a passport application center. Then in the 2026 budget, we hope to receive favorable approval from the Ministry of Finance so that we can then move into permanent structures so that we can have dedicated standalone passport application centers. But for now, I can make the commitment that latest by close of this year, passport application centers will be established using our partnership with the regional administrations across these 6 regions and the Upper East region, which currently does not have a passport application center. A project started but stalled a couple of years ago, and we are determined to make sure that the people of the Upper East region and all these new regions do not continue to suffer and be frustrated because of long travels for passports. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I have summarized my response because of the exigencies of time, and Table Office may want to capture the entire response, which I have made available to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we will turn to Honorable Foreign Affairs Minister. On behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to respond to questions from your colleagues. We thank you, and you are hereby discharged.
Oh, why do you do that?
Honorable members, I'm suspending the House for Leadership. No, I'll attend to him. I must suspend the House for 20 minutes. Please indulge me. Honorable members, let's resume our seats. And let me thank you for indulging me in 10 minutes. Yes. Yes. There's a saying that if you are to receive a blow, the earlier you receive it, the better. So, honorable members, we are turning to question 18. Question 18. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Mavis in Kansan-Boadu. I saw her here. Yes. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Did somebody?
Honorable Habib.
Wait.
Honorable Habib. I think the ministers themselves have understood.
Mr. Speaker.
Kabilu, what did he say? Their people are not there.
Mr. Speaker, just to assist you to manage the House, the ministers have been here for some time, given the exigency. So we want to pray that we don't take supplementary. And considering also that the Minister for Works and Housing has a lot of the questions, we want to take the one in the name of Mavis for the agenda to respond quickly. Then we can have time to take the Works and Housing Minister. He has a lot. So we can pray that we don't take a supplementary so we can speed things up. That's what I'm praying, Speaker. Habib, let's make progress. Let's make progress. Don't cook anything.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip know what to do. Mr. Speaker, we have an agent question. We normally tackle agent questions before we come to questions. We have tackled the agent questions in respect to the minister responsible to foreign affairs. But there is an extra agent question for the minister responsible for works and housing. So if he is going to make an application, he should reach out to us and make the application as such that... No, but you cannot jump agent question and come to say the gender minister to be there. And the minister responsible for works and housing, he has been here since morning. Even this is our colleague, but since afternoon, the minister for works and housing have been here, and he briefed us on the flooding issue. And then he was still relaxing. So even if there is something to give favor after briefing, he should rather handle his question. I don't know the agency of the gender minister questions, but I think the agent question we have on our order paper should be for the Minister for Works and Housing. And if you want to make an application to vary that we should leave agent question and come to question, he should do so. And he cannot also set the rule for himself. Our standing orders permit us for follow-up questions. So it doesn't lie on him, the majority chief whip, to dictate to us that we should not ask agents supplementary questions. That is not left to you. It is for it is in our orders, and I don't think that we are invoking Order 5 where we have to stand down our rules. And I think that if members are entitled to something, they should be given the opportunity to. But for the fact that you think that we've been here for long and we should not ask supplementary questions, I don't think it is right. And I think that we should tackle the agent question. And if we want to come to the normal questions and you want the gender minister to come, then you make such an application. Okay, but for now, we should tackle the agent question.
It's okay. Speaker, there is reasonableness in everything. Sometimes in the evenings, your mood changes. Your mood has changed. You are litigating this matter. You should support me and say that because there's a single question standing for 2, great. So we take that quickly. Then we can have. And also affirmative action, so ladies first. Yeah, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, it's not... So he thinks that is
anyway. Honorable members.
To a long story short, we pray that we vary like we did before.
I'll manage it.
Yes, please.
I'll manage it.
So.
I believe Honorable Minister for Works and Housing is actually even enjoying proceedings. So I can foresee that.
So, Speaker, you're telling your hands. Let's manage this quickly, then we can.
Very well. So please,
go and come back tomorrow.
Just cooperate with me to manage the House. If I give you one supplementary question, please take it. It's enough. Habib, you don't shake your head. I saw you shaking your head. Yes. Are you taking the question for Honorable Mavis in Council Board? Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have the leave of the honorable member to ask this question, and I'm then seeking also your leave to ask that question on her behalf. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what measures the ministry is taking to ensure the full compliance to Section 87 of the Children's Act 1998, Act 560, which prohibits child labor exploitation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, child protection and labor issues are cross-cutting and need the attention of all relevant institutions to work together to address them. To the Ministry of Gender, child protection is concerned with human trafficking prevention, awareness creation on the prevention of violence against children, and improving the legal and policy framework for the protection of children. To ensure the implementation of Section 87 of the Children's Act of 1998, Act 560, which prohibits child labor and exploitation, we have trained law enforcement officers, including the judiciary, to understand the implications of Section 87 on their work through the National Plan of Action for the Prevention of Child Labor. We have defined child labor in the simplest terms to guide their work. Through our partners, we have trained 570 law enforcement officers to identify, prevent, and intercept child labor and human trafficking, as well as protect victims when rescued. This is to also improve investigations and prosecution of child labor and human trafficking offenses. In the same way, we have also built the capacities of 138 judges from the circuit, district, and magistrate courts since 2022 till date. The ministry has reviewed and launched the National Plan of Action for the Elimination of Human Trafficking for the period 2022 to 2026. So far, 2,500 copies of the National Plan of Action on the Elimination of Human Trafficking have been printed and disseminated to stakeholders working on the field. The plan is also on the ministry's website and has 1,419 downloads. To ensure effectiveness of the plan, standard operating procedures have been developed and simplified versions that are child-friendly and easy to read have been printed and shared. The ministry has consistently embarked on awareness-raising campaigns, community engagement, and commemorated calendar day events, including the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons and the World Day Against Child Labor. Awareness creation was undertaken through community dialogue and sensitization, as well as engagement with both in and out of school children on the dangers of child labor. More than 200,000 people have been sensitized nationwide. A grievance redress system is available to address child labor issues in the country, and anyone can call 0800 800 or 0800 900 900 for response by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, 794 victims were rescued in 2024, which was made up of 505 adults and 289 children. The 289 children were made up of 105 girls and 184 boys rescued from child labor, trafficking, and all other forms of exploitation. These child victims also received comprehensive trauma-informed care from the government shelters and private shelters. In terms of investigations, a total number of 273 cases were reported for human trafficking to our law enforcement institutions. Mr. Speaker, 65 cases were sent to court and prosecuted, and 5 persons were convicted of child exploitation. We are also amending the Children's Act to better protect children from labor-related exploitation and to ensure that better services for victims of child labor are improved. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, let me state that issues of child labor are directly under the Child Labor Unit of the Labor Department under the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. We work together and serve on technical committee established to curb issues of child labor. Our unique collaboration has seen great strides as Ghana remains on a Tier 2 ranking in this year's Global Trafficking in Persons ranking report due to the hard work undertaken by the ministry. Through monitoring and evaluation, we hope to further strengthen policy and make new recommendations for policy areas that ensure stakeholders are following standards and protect children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Kabiru, I'll give you one supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to find out from the minister what are the institutional safeguards that are in place to distinguish between child work and child labor. Mr. Speaker, this is on the back of the fact that there's been this particular confusion, even which is affecting the reputation of Ghana in terms of that lack of differentiation between the two. What are the safeguards, Madam Minister? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think child labor is clearly defined, and it's defined as any exploitation or exploitative work or hazardous work that is harmful to the child's development and well-being, That is, any work that affects the child's health negatively, education, and compromises their protection. And so, with all the stakeholders, not just the ministry, when such cases come, we are able to sit and assess per the law. You can't go beyond the law. And then we are able to see where whether it is assessed or determined as a child labor or an exploitative work. Thank you.
So we take question 19. Question 19. We take the question 19, also from Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of the honorable member for Efija Secretary East. Mr. Speaker, do I have your leave?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Go on.
Mr. Speaker, the question is to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the plans of the ministry to address the increasing number of streetism among children of school-going age. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry has previously launched two initiatives that Operation Go Back to School and Operation Get Off the Streets for a Better Life in 2015 and 2017, respectively. A total number of 4,853 street persons were identified. Out of this figure, 4,165 were eligible for formal education. 200 were reunited with their families and are in school. The exercise also identified 46 Nigerians, and these are 20 adults and 26 children who were street beggars, and they were repatriated in 2017. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been persistent in dealing with the use of children for begging on the street. On 13th April 2022, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection established an interministerial committee consisting of relevant ministries. A technical committee was established and tasked to develop a plan to address the menace of street beggars. The Embassy of Niger, in collaboration with the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and other relevant stakeholders, repatriated 1,320 Nigerians to their home country in June 2022. Mr. Speaker, a national strategic plan for street-connected children in Ghana has been developed to ensure that street-connected children have access to essential services to become responsible citizens. The plan was reviewed during the commemoration of the 2023 International Day of Street Children. The 2023 commemoration of the International Day of Street Children also led to the establishment of the Street Children Technical Committee. The mandate of the committee is to improve coordination among stakeholders to achieve desirable results. The members of the committee include the Department of Social Welfare, the Coalition of Non-Profit Organizations for Street-Connected Children, UNICEF, and the Catholic Relief Services. Mr. Speaker, the situation has gone beyond just social and leaned more towards being a national security issue. The Ministry of Interior recently repatriated some street-connected people from our streets, and I urge us all to support in sustaining the gains made. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the decentralization governance in Ghana mandates metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to protect children within their jurisdiction, as enshrined in Section 16, subsection 1 of the Children's Act 1998, Act 560. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "A district assembly shall protect the welfare and protect the rights and promote the rights of children within its area of authority, and shall ensure within the district governmental agencies liaise with each other in matters concerning children." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I entreat all MMDAs to ensure children are prevented from using the street for begging and selling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I take it from your last statement with regards to entreating MMDAs to support this course of ensuring that children are prevented from being in the street. The reality is that beyond Accra, all the other regional capitals or communities where we see begging, it is predominant Ghanaian children who are on the streets begging. And so what are the pragmatic steps beyond this entreatment to the ministries? Per the data that is available, is there any steps that the ministry is taking to give us some targets to say that if per our data, we have this number of children in our streets, over these years, you have a plan that is going to ensure that we move all our children from the street and get them in the appropriate areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I earlier mentioned, it's not just the mandate of the Ministry of Gender, but we're working with the other security agencies. And there's a task force that is working on that. In terms of a plan and a strategy, I will have to confer with them before I can put anything out there, especially when it's leaning, like I said, more towards security issues. But I can assure you that there are pragmatic steps being taken. And it is not only on the streets of Accra, it's beyond Accra. And every peculiar area or jurisdiction and the approach or the strategy to ensure that the streets are safe and the children are well protected.
Thank you very much. From a fear can Kosimintim, do you want to say something?
My Lord,
You're okay. Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable members.
So you want me to talk
Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank Honorable Minister for Gender for attending before the House to answer questions from her own colleagues. Honorable Minister, we are grateful to you, and you are hereby discharged. Yes, now let me take the Minister for Works and Housing. Minister, but before then, let me thank you for patiently sitting through the proceedings and so we will take the urgent question from, that is urgent question page 2. Question C, urgent question from Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, Weja Bawe constituency. Honorable, you may take your urgent question now.
Which one? They will ask which of them. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the measures his ministry is taking to have implement, to ask the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources the measures the ministry has implemented to avert the issue of flooding in my constituency, Wejagbawe, and Greater Accra as a whole, in order to avoid loss of lives and properties. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by the honorable member are both valid and deeply aligned with the ministry's ongoing priority to mitigate flooding, particularly in high-risk areas, such as the Kele Wiabuman within the Wejabawe municipality. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, through its implementing agency, the Ghana Hydrological Authority, has undertaken preliminary assessments in the municipality. Key factors contributing to the persistent flooding include inadequate and heavily silted drainage infrastructure, encroachment on water courses and floodplains, poor solid waste management, rapid and unregulated urban development. Mr. Speaker, to address these, the ministry has implemented and initiated the following interventions. 1, technical assessment. Ongoing hydrological and hydraulic studies are being conducted to map up flood-prone zones and prioritize remedial actions. Drainage proposals. A comprehensive drainage improvement plan is being finalized. It includes the construction and upgrading of culverts and stormwater channels. Collaborative enforcement in partnership with the Wejagbawe Municipal Assembly and the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council. Efforts are underway to enhance land use regulation and protection and to protect drainage channels from further encroachment. Master plan integration. Wejagbawe has been incorporated into the Greater Accra Regional Drainage Master Plan currently under development. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the ministry has already executed key projects in the Wejagbawe municipality, including dredging the Densu River and Oblogo and Tetegu drains, construction of storm drains at Bawe Zero and Bale Malam. Mr. Speaker, the ministry remains committed to providing strategic direction and infrastructure to reduce the incidence and impact of flooding, and we count on the continuous support of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Jerry, any supplementary question?
That is so, Honorable Speaker. Just to commend the Minister, first of all, for all the steps he's taking. We are very minded and very assured that he is going to continue doing so. Just to bring to his attention that we also have Kokojo, which is a place that we are looking at. And then there is an estuary that connects to Kele. And also there is one that the ministry did, which they haven't finished, which is around the Faith Montessori and Sikoni area, which is called Bale, which has a connection through the side of the Faith Montessori School to the beer depot behind the Gbawe police station, Blue Cross to Pentecost Vocational, and also to the Malam. There is a place called Jerry Street. So if you would have that done, so that they fully finish. But we want to take this opportunity to commend you highly. We are sure that you are doing so well to support us finish. The one across Atala, I brought that to the attention, I think, of the Deputy Minister. And if we are able to do that as early as possible, I'm sure it would help save lives and properties. So please, just for your attention, not any further question. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, so thank you. So we turn to question 102. Sorry, question 79. Question 79. In the name of Honorable Michael Kwesi Edu Oforikru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Works Housing and Water Resources, what action is being taken on the Bomso-Oforikrom Link Road Bridge, which has stalled, and when the ministry will consider the construction of the storm drain in Alonga Junction linking Aswasi? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Abuabu stream is a significant drainage channel within the Oforikrom municipality, ultimately discharging into the River Sisai. Recognizing the recurrent flooding challenges in the area, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, through the National Flood Control Program, initiated the Angloga Culvert Project to improve stormwater conveyance and mitigate flooding risk. This project was awarded in the 2020 National Flood Control Program, with Ghana Hydrological Authority serving as the ministry's implementation authority. The Angloga Drainage Project involved the construction of a culvert and associated drainage infrastructure to mitigate flooding along the corridor. Construction commenced in 2022 and was successfully completed in 2024. The culvert is now fully operational and open to vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The Speaker, concerning the Bomso-Oforikrom Link Road Bridge, which lies upstream of the Angloga culvert, the ministry wishes to clarify that this project was implemented by the Ghana Highway Authority. While construction of that bridge has been completed, it is yet to be officially opened for public use. The ministry is in active engagement with relevant stakeholders to ensure its commissioning and operationalization. Mr. Speaker, with respect to stormwater management in the Angloga-Aswasi area, the ministry acknowledges the need for further assessments to determine additional appropriate drainage interventions. The ministry, through Ghana Hydrological Authority, will engage relevant stakeholders to explore options to addressing any outstanding flood risk concerns. The Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources remains committed to addressing drainage and flood control challenges in urban centers across the country, and will continue to prioritize critical interventions to enhance resilience and infrastructure development. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable, let me give you just one supplementary question. I hope you bear with me.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll use the opportunity to urge the minister to consider the Angloga-Aswasi drainage as an urgent intervention. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, did you hear his question? Okay, then we can. It's not a question. Oh, you are just commending very well. So, Honorable Minister, it appears you are doing well. All of them are commending you. Very well. So, we will take the question 106. Question 106, a member for Madina, Honorable Francis Xavier Kojosusu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the measures being taken to modernize the Madina market and to complete all outstanding drainage projects in the Madina municipality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry recognizes the importance of the Madina municipality in our national flood mitigation efforts. Accordingly, under the National Flood Control Program, stormwater drain projects were initiated in the municipality in 2018 and 2020 to reduce the incidence of flooding. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Hydrological Authority has incorporated the continuation of the Madina drainage system in the Greater Accra Drainage Master Plan. Specifically, the Madina drains have been captured in the Public Investment Plan under the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework for implementation of the remaining phases once approval is received from Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the ministry remains committed to collaborating with all relevant agencies to modernize infrastructure and safeguard communities. We assure the honorable member and this House of our resolve to protect lives and livelihoods in Medina and other vulnerable areas across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Xavier, I'll give you one opportunity to ask supplementary question. Minister, can you put off the mic for me? Honorable, shift. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to earlier voices to commend the Honorable Minister, particularly for the assurances given to the people of Medina in the light of the recent floods. I'm so grateful that he has assured us that once they have financial clearance, our drains within the municipality would be considered and prioritized. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So once again, Honorable Minister, all of them are commending you. So you take the last question. The last question from Honorable Seth Osayakutu Achumayamponua, Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources when works will resume on the abandoned community solar-powered water system at 1, Tanudumase, 2, Apenmedi, in the Achumayamponua constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources oversees 2 state institutions responsible for water supply in Ghana. The Ghana Water Limited is responsible for water supply services in urban areas, while the Community Water and Sanitation Agency is mandated to facilitate the provision of safe water and related sanitation services to rural communities and small towns in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our records indicate that none of these agencies under the ministry initiated and implemented the aforementioned solar-powered water system project in Tanodumase and Apenimadi. Therefore, we do not have any official information or updates regarding the status or progress of this project. Mr. Speaker, it is important to acknowledge that interventions of this nature are oftentimes carried out by district assemblies, development partners, NGOs, or community-based initiatives. We therefore respectfully recommend that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Achumayamponua constituency should liaise with the Achumayamponua District Assembly, who may have oversight regarding the mentioned infrastructure projects, to obtain the necessary information on their implementation status or completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Minister, thank you very much for providing the answer. 2, respectively, for your information, I'm asking this question based upon the data we have from the District Assembly and the Agency of Water Shortage in those communities. That is why I'm using this opportunity to ask you this question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So it means you are satisfied with the answer?
Mr. Speaker.
Because it appears that if I got the answer right, it's like his agency, his ministry is not responsible for that. Very well. So, Honorable Minister, let me thank you and thank you and thank you for sitting through the proceedings throughout the day, and you have also, with well-composed manner, responded to members in all the questions that they've filed for you. We thank you, and you are hereby discharged. You are in my hands. Are you in my hands?
Speaker, entirely so.
I wanted to take one statement, but if
Speaker, yes, I agree that we have some outstanding statements, but Speaker, we are entirely in your hands. So if we can accommodate two, we'll do that. No comments, they will be delivered without comments. Oh, okay. Speaker.
You yield. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we are ready to do business. We are not ready. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to do business. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly you could see that the majority leader and the majority chief whip, they want us to adjourn. We don't want to adjourn. We still have business to do. Mr. Speaker, let's continue with the statement. But at least one statement, Mr. Speaker, not two.
Yesterday, I promised 2 members that I would take their statements. One of them has been taken. In fact, there were supposed to be 3. One of them has been taken. I will take the rest of the 2, but there is going to be no comment. I will just ask them to read and goes into the records, and there will be no comment. Is that all right with the owners of the statements? If that is all right, then we will take it. If it is not, then we will make it tomorrow.
Speaker, the other maker of the statement, the Honorable Erika Fu has stepped out. So we'll take that of my brother.
Take his and Samir will.
Okay. Oh, Samir, you have another. Okay. Great.
So, my brother, let's hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement to mark the World Day to Combat Desertification and Drought observed annually on June 17. That was yesterday. That is a day that calls global attention to the urgent need to protect our land and safeguard our environment against degradation and water scarcity. This year's commemoration is on the theme, Restore the Land, Unlock the Opportunities. This year's theme emphasizes the multiple benefits of land restoration, including improved livelihoods, increased food security, and a healthy planet. This is of particular relevance to Ghana, and more specifically to northern Ghana, where desertification, erratic rainfall, and prolonged droughts are not just environmental challenges, but daily realities threatening the livelihoods, food security, and very survival of our people. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Savannah Ecological Zone, which includes my beloved constituency, Zabila, and many others across the Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, Northern, and Savannah regions, are among the most vulnerable areas in the country. Mr. Speaker, communities in these regions are experiencing rising temperatures, declining soil fertility, shrinking water bodies, and devastating bushfires, all worsened by climate change and unsustainable land use practices. The consequences are real: low crop yields, food insecurity, increased migration, and worsening poverty. It is in this context, Mr. Speaker, that I wish to highlight the importance of the Tree for Life initiative launched under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. This bold afforestation program was not just a symbolic gesture, but a strategic national response to combat the twin threats of desertification and drought, especially in our vulnerable northern regions. Mr. Speaker, under this initiative, millions of tree seedlings, both economic and indigenous species, were distributed and planted across the country, with special focus on degraded areas in Ghana. Communities, schools, faith-based groups, and local assemblies were mobilized to reclaim lost forest cover, promote climate resilience, and restore soil productivity. It was a grassroots movement with national significance. What made the Tree for Life program particularly effective, Mr. Speaker, was its integration with local livelihoods. Communities were encouraged to plant economic trees such as shea trees, dawadawa, mango, and cashew, thereby linking environmental restoration with income generation. The initiative also employed thousands of youth under the Youth Employment Agency and Forestry Commission, offering both skills and jobs in forest regeneration. Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge that although the initiative will undoubtedly make significant strides, deforestation and land degradation continue to threaten northern Ghana. The annual loss of tree cover due to illegal logging, charcoal production, bushfires, and poor farming practices remain a threat and can reverse gains that the Tree for Life will bring. In addition, changing the rainfall patterns have made traditional farming seasons increasingly unpredictable. Therefore, I call on this House and the government to A, reinvigorate and upscale the Tree for Life initiative, making it a permanent pillar of Ghana's climate adaptation strategy. B, ensure sustainable funding for tree planting, watering, and protection, especially in the north where water access is a challenge. C, expand public education on the dangers of desertification and the importance of indigenous tree species. D, promote agroforestry and sustainable farming as key tools to combat land degradation. And E, enhance collaboration with traditional authorities and local assemblies to enforce bylaws against indiscriminate tree felling and bush burning. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate this important day, let us remember that the battle against desertification and drought is not one of science alone. It is one of survival and intergenerational justice. We owe it to the farmers of Zabila, the school children in Chereponi, the women share collectors in Tumu, and the future generations of Ghana to protect the land they depend on. Let us act boldly and urgently, for indeed, when the last tree dies, the last man dies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Very, very important statement. Yes. So, Honorable Sami Euku, you may also take yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make this statement. And I do so on the basis of insights gathered during a recent engagement between some honorable members of Parliament and the students and staff of the Senior High Technical School for the Deaf in Mampong. The forum, which was organized by the Department of Public Engagement of Parliament and graciously supported by myself, MP for Akuapem North, was an important demonstration of Parliament's commitment to inclusive dialogue and participatory democracy. Right Honorable Speaker, the encounter provided a platform for students living with hearing impairment to interact directly with legislators and provide them with a real-world understanding of how Parliament works, including ways through which they can actively participate. The session, which featured presentations by several honorable members, including the Honorable Member of Parliament, including the Honorable Fred Agbenyo, the Honorable Edem Agbana, the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, the Honorable Shirley Chey, and Honorable Wallace Pele, was inspiring and also enlightening in equal measure. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, it highlighted critical concerns and thoughtful proposals made by these students and their teachers. These, I believe, require Parliament's attention, inclusive responses, and in some cases, targeted deliberate intervention. Mr. Speaker, the first and most pressing issue raised by the students was the absence of a dedicated legislative framework for deaf education in Ghana. Currently, the only senior high technical school for the deaf in the country functions without a law that secures its future through guaranteed funding, policy direction, and institutional support. This gap leaves the school vulnerable to inconsistent budgetary allocations, administrative neglect, and limited infrastructural development. Such legislation, Mr. Speaker, will do more than fund a school. It will serve as a national commitment to inclusivity, equity, and sustainable educational development for a marginalized group of our population. And this will be in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4, which targets quality education. Target 4.5, which aims to eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations by 2030. Mr. Speaker, 2030 is just around the corner. Again, Mr. Speaker, the second matter of concern is infrastructure. The school currently operates from two physically separated campuses, the north and the south. This setup forces students to cross busy roads several times a day, and students with such hearing impairment being at the mercy of drivers that can knock them down easily and risking their lives just to access food or attend classes. Furthermore, the students depend on taxis to transport food between the campuses. This unreliable system has often resulted in delays and, in some cases, complete failure to deliver even their meals, thereby affecting nutrition and concentration. On-site dining hall is recommended to ensure nutrition and eliminate reliance on external logistics. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation for a centralized and accessible learning environment, complete with an on-site dining facility, must be taken up by the Ministry of Education with support from Parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, the third issue relates to the inadequacy of the current national curriculum in addressing the needs of deaf learners. Teachers explain that most lessons have to be repeated multiple times due to comprehension delays, and the current assessment structures do not account for the unique learning methods required by hearing impaired students. In actual sense, they are treated just like the same and ordinary student. As such, the students propose a comprehensive review of the national curriculum for deaf learners to incorporate sign language-based instructional materials, visual learning tools, simplified content structures, and extended teaching and assessment time. Additionally, they recommend the recruitment and training of more sign language interpreters, the provision of learning aids, and specialized professional development for teachers in deaf education. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament must take steps to ensure that inclusive education becomes a practical reality rather than a theoretical aspiration. We must empower and urge the Ghana Education Service to work with curriculum experts and disability advocates to revise content and assessment methods. Another area of concern, which was raised during these interactions, is the systemic exclusion of deaf individuals from Ghana's justice system. Mr. Speaker, this is very striking. Deaf persons have encountered difficulties in even attempting to report crimes. They get to the police stations, the police can neither understand them and they can also not understand the police. Again, they struggle to defend themselves when they are even accused wrongly and reported to law enforcement agencies, or even pursue justice due to the absence of trained interpreters at police stations and in courtrooms. This gap is a violation of basic human rights and goes against the country's pursuit of achieving Target 10.2 of SDG Goal 10, reduce inequalities, which aims to empower and promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all people, regardless of age, sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or other status by 2030. Parliament must therefore clarify and enforce the responsibility of state institutions, especially the Ghana Police Service and the Judicial Service, to provide qualified sign language interpreters during legal and investigative proceedings involving deaf individuals. The students also highlighted the need for disability-sensitive civic and legal education. Many are even unaware of their constitutional right or the legal channels available to them when they become victims. Mr. Speaker, Parliament must champion the development of civic education programs tailored to students with disabilities. These should be implemented through the National Commission for Civic Education and mainstreamed across the country. Mr. Speaker, one of the most progressive proposals made at the forum was for Parliament to formally recognize Ghanaian Sign Language as a national language. The students argued quite rightly that such recognition would affirm their identity and improve public understanding and promote greater national cohesion, as done in South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Portugal, Paraguay, among other countries. The UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 21, calls on states to recognize and promote the use of sign languages. This includes accepting and facilitating the use of sign languages, Braille, and other accessible means of communication in official interactions. Parliament must explore legislative options and possibly constitutional amendment to recognize Ghanaian Sign Language, integrate it into the basic education system, and expand sign language training across public institutions. The role of educators in deaf education cannot be overstated. Teachers at the Senior High Technical School for the Deaf provide not only academic instructions, but emotional and psychological support to these students. Yet they do this under challenging conditions, without specialized allowances and often inadequate accommodation. The students called for an emotional allowance for their teachers, similar to that provided to village teachers. They also urge authorities to expand staff accommodation to boost morale and performance. Parliament must give serious consideration to these recommendations. Incentivizing and retaining skilled educators in special needs schools is essential to bridging the inclusion gap in our educational system. Mr. Speaker, in light of these concerns, Parliament has a vital role to play in transforming policy into practice. I respectfully propose the following interventions. First, Parliament should refer this statement, Mr. Speaker, and its recommendations to a joint sitting of the Committees on Education, Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Secondly, Parliament must advocate for the introduction of a public bill or private members' bill that provides for dedicated funding streams for deaf education in Ghana, clear national standards for curriculum, staffing, and infrastructure, and legal obligations for inclusive service delivery across sectors. Thirdly, Parliament should exercise its oversight mandate to ensure that resources allocated under the DACF for persons with disabilities are equitably distributed and directly benefit institutions like the Senior High Technical School for the Deaf, School for the Blind, and others. Mr. Speaker, fourth, Parliament should urge the Ministry of Education to, as a matter of urgency, conduct an infrastructure audit of all special needs schools and submit a plan for campus upgrades and staff housing projects. And fifth, a motion should be introduced mandating all public legal and justice institutions to provide accessible services, accessible legal services for the deaf, including sign language interpretation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Parliament should request an annual report from the Ministry of Education on the status of special needs education in Ghana. No one knows tomorrow. It could be a relation, it could be any of our children, and it could be somebody close to us. With specific data on student enrollment, curriculum delivery, teacher retention, and infrastructure conditions. Mr. Speaker, the students of the Senior High Technical School for the Deaf in Mampong are not asking for sympathy today from Parliament. They are asking for fairness and equity. They are not demanding special treatment. They are demanding equal opportunity like any other Ghanaian. Let us as a House today respond to their call with urgency, empathy, and resolve. Let this House be remembered today, the 18th of June, as the Parliament that listened not just with its ears, but with its conscience. May this House be remembered as the House that moved beyond its comfort zone to put smiles on the faces of these deaf students and students with disabilities. May the deliberations that follow, Mr. Speaker, not just bring about real change for our students who spoke to these honorable members of Parliament, but for all marginalized communities in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to say thank you, and thank you on behalf of these students from the Senior High School for the Deaf and from these blind students as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm not taking any comment. I think I made it. The two statements are very, very important statements, but 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement, particularly the second statement, for such a very detailed statement that borders on persons with disability generally, and more importantly, the persons who are having speech impairment. Mr. Speaker, it is so crucial because not only do we need policy directions to help persons who are deaf, but also persons with visual impairment. Mr. Speaker, you would realize that the way we treat our vulnerable persons in this country leaves much more to be desired. And that is why I really associate myself to the statement ably made by my brother. Mr. Speaker, I would also join him to urge on the House that the statement be referred to the various ministries and actors that he has made reference to in the statement. And Mr. Speaker, finally, to also say that a society's development is determined by how much they treat or how they treat their most vulnerable persons. So if we are going to determine the quality of life in Ghana, how Ghana is doing well, it will be judged by how we treat the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, when you come to Ghana, for example, you would think that even the churches should be at the forefront of protecting these vulnerable persons. But in Ghana, there's only one known church, Church of Christ, that has a deaf ministry. So sometimes I ask myself, so for all these big churches around, do they exclude persons who are deaf? Because when they are preaching, there are no sign languages, so it is quite difficult to really understand how these people are integrated into our society. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very, very important
Thank you.
It is my prayer that, Mr. Speaker, you will make the appropriate order so we can follow up. Thank you, Mr.
Were
Speaker.
you here yesterday?
Mr. Speaker, I was here yesterday.
We were here yesterday.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was here
What did we say about referrals?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway,
I defer to Mr. Speaker.
We will take that holistic decision.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I defer to you.
Very well. So on that note, let me thank the makers of the statement and thank all of you for cooperating with me to stay up to it's now 15 minutes to 9. 15 minutes to 9, yes. So we have gone beyond the normal time. I thank you once again, and I'll go ahead to adjourn the House tomorrow, 2 o'clock afternoon, 2 o'clock afternoon. That is 14 hours, the Greenwich Mean Time. The House stands adjourned.